OSIYO greetings. Welcome to another video. There are a lot of things going on lately in Indian territory, I want to call it. If you want to call, the many indigenous copper-colored groups on the on YouTube at the moment, and there seems to be a trend, and I'm guilty of having taken part of it, but it seems that Africa has become a topic across the board, and I find it very interesting because a few of my last videos, Africa has also been a topic of discussion, and I realize I've gotten very passionate in that discussion. Tonight, as I see that again, all around YouTube, Indian territory, there's a big discussion about Africans and the role they play when they interface with the American copper-colored Indian. Yeah. My approach tonight is that I'm asking the ancestors to help me to get the message out without getting too emotional. It is hard. There is some truth to the old adage about wild Indians and, very fiery Indians. And I'm realizing I'm definitely of that ilk. I didn't realize it until I went to do these videos that I get very adamant. But the thing is, I see it across the board with so many of our indigenous. It is definitely a character trait that I think a lot of us will be trying to work on as we awaken. This awakening, it's like the most critical time in the history of the American Indian, who has been misclassified. That is an act of genocide, to be very clear. It is very harmful to the soul of a people, the collective soul of a people. It's very harmful. And so there's a lot of passion. There's a lot of anger in my videos. Even in my last video, actually, this is a retake because I just made a determination that I really want to try to keep my emotions in check. It's like I can't even help it. It comes out the way it did. I want to mention Dane Calloway did an excellent video recently, which I will definitely link here. I did post it on my Facebook page. In it, I saw Mr. Calloway get very passionate. I've seen him get passionate before. This time, it was something else. I can't even explain it because I felt it. And I think for one of the very first times, I just found myself shouting right here on this couch, as I watched his video. Yeah, this couch is going to be in a lot of my videos. This is the best place to do videos. So don't mind my background. It's always going to be this way until I put a picture back there or something. Or maybe start getting in with those fake backgrounds. So as I watched Dane, what he spoke on There's no words. It it feels like it's my soul that I'm seeing projected out onto someone else who feels the exact same way that anyone would feel once they realize what has happened to their people. But then on top of that, you're demonized as a race. I talk about demonization. Yeah, it's not pretty. It's not fair. It's a crime against humanity. Is the only way to put it. I want to be very frank, but yet I'm going to extend that olive branch. We Indians are not looking for bloodshed, but as we awaken and we see what has happened to us, it gets extremely passionate. It gets extremely emotional. These are scars. There is no doubt. These are deep, long standing scars that need to be healed. And I think the way they get healed is that we must be able to express exactly what we're feeling to the world. And so when I say that America's colonization, it wasn't a one-stop shop deal. Even my chief spoke today in one of her videos that it's still going on to this day. It's propaganda, and once your eyes are open to it, you too, especially if you're a copper-colored American Indian, the original people of the land, and we have our pennies. We have a bunch of our pennies today. This is what copper-colored looks like, okay? And I had one penny before, but there's different shades of copper, and they're just beautiful. And so are we. Uh, we've been through a lot. These are the copper colored, what copper colored looks like. And this is that dictionary definition, the 1828 Webster's Dictionary, that describes a copper colored Aboriginal people that were here when the Europeans found them here. Copper colored. Okay? And we've been the least in our own land. I believe one of the reasons why it's a penny is because it's a spell, it's a ritual. It is to make lessen the estate of the copper color, put them on the 1 cent penny, because we're going to be making the real money off of these Indians, but we'll give them this little token of our disdain, the penny. Haven't quite figured out why Lincoln was chosen to bear this, because it turns out he really just extended slavery. At the end of the day, it wasn't really an ending of slavery. Um, and so yeah, there's our copper colored. Just that's what a copper colored Indian American Aboriginal looks like. That's what they compared us to. And we're going to take it. Like I said in one of my videos, they haven't given us much to with which to show who we are. They're trying to do away with anything that shows who we are. We are being occupied. And it does start with our governing system. That is the ringleader. DC is a district. It's not a state because it's not part of the organic America, the land of America. It is a British territory. And in as much as I speak about British or Africans, my disclaimer is it is never the people of these lands. It is always top brass. It is always the political leaders who are basically, as far as I know, catering to a bloodline that started many millennia ago. Some people say it wasn't that long ago. And you know what? They might be right. The timeline has been all changed to, to give people a history that they don't have and take a history from the ones who do away from them. I know that our African leadership has been the ringleader in that campaign to disenfranchise the American Indian. It's mind-boggling because I'm still trying to figure out what would, what would make an entire world of nations, those nations that are recognized, for instance, in the UN, what would make them all choose, to come up against one people on this face, on the face of the earth? That would be the American copper color. Why would they do that? It's a question I think we're all going to have to ask at some point. The answer, one of the answers for me is, number one, what is being taken? What is being taken? It is our legacy. I call it our legacy because it's a package deal. It's our history. It's our ancient spiritual system. It's our cosmology. Everything gone. Everything that would be or serve to awaken us to who we are has either been demonized or stolen, and renamed. That's a big thing with when you have colonizers. They tend to rename. I didn't talk about it, but I have. I did a little research on the name India as given to the East, the East country, the country in the East known as India. I don't know if I'm going to go. I didn't prepare to go into it deeply, but what I learned was that when Columbus arrived here in 1492, there was no India, and I might have said that before. I don't know if I went into it. So little by little, you realize, once again, we have Britain. Back then, they had something to do with India's independence, because now this would have been 1947 when India declared its independence from Britain. Okay, see, that's the common denominator in a lot of the colonizer or colonizing undertakings in the world. It's the only place, I think, where their royal families are known by everyone. And we have royal families apparently in other countries, but none so known as the one in Britain. So again, I'm coming in peace, but I'm also going to speak the truth, because that is the only thing that will break this spell. And it has to be broken because it is way unjust. The people who are fighting against the Indians are fighting on the wrong side of truth, and they will be made to meet their day of reckoning. A lot of what has happened to us has to do with getting us to actually be our own demise. So the way that's done is by, for instance, having us refer to ourselves as black. As simple and inane as that seems, it is a huge part of how we were disenfranchised. You don't walk on your own land and call yourself other than your own land. That is how you are recognized as a nation. That is where your rights, your superior rights as the first people of that, that's where it's coming from. Your identification and relation to your land. So you're going to be called American. You're not going to be called black. And whoever out there says that we chose to be called black, you are in error. You are incorrect. There's no reason that we would call ourselves black, especially in a world where we are, how we're being treated, how we are seen, you know? So, back to what I was saying. When Columbus arrived here in 1492, there was no other Indian on the face of the earth known to any colonizer. So what happened is we have British colonizers sort of back tracking and to say that there was an India when there was none. India had not declared its independence. It was known as Bharat or Bharata. Forgive me if I'm getting that wrong, India. I believe it was Bharat, if not Bharata. I will, try to correct myself in a description box. But I found material that were basically the minutes, or some of the minutes, the direct quotes of what went on at some of the arguments at the on that 1947 day when India declared its independence. Many of the indigenous of India did not know why they were even considering naming themselves India when that was foreign to them. They said that was the colonizer's name. It wasn't what their ancestors called themselves. The colonizer was Britain. So I don't know how Great Britain or the United Kingdom, I don't know how they feel that they can escape such a was prolific, such a widespread history of a colonization on was it the sun never set on the United Kingdom, because basically they at some point basically had more territory around the world than any other colonizer. How do you escape that? Well, we indigenous, the ones that you are still colonizing and occupying our land, what we would say is you just give us our land back. Let it go. Maybe around the world it would be more feasible, but I wouldn't wish this on anyone but then again, it hasn't happened to anyone. There's no other race that has been denationalized like American Indians. We're the only ones that's not called by our landmass. And when we could say that, okay, same thing with white people. Well, no, our colonizer forces were smart enough to know that, well, you can't just call one group of people by a crayon color. You're going to have at least one other, so they don't think that it's political suicide. So yes, we have the invention of the term white, but those people are also from specific countries. So their use of the term white is just to counterbalance us being denationalized. First of all, they're coming in that 1828 definition of American. It's saying that, if I remember it correctly, uh, American, it's a noun. The the Aboriginal copper-colored people found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans. So, in other words, we start off Aboriginal, American, or copper colored. We end up being called black, but the Europeans end up being called American. So, right there, we see what the purpose of having a black and a white thing in America. One is being slowly removed from their land because we went from copper colored to what? Negro, to to I'm sorry, we went from copper colored, then it had to be colored. Then from there we went to Negro. I believe that was the order. Then black, and now African American. So we're the only people that have been on a landmass when the colonizers found us here, but through the years we've been renamed. That is an act of genocide. It's political genocide, it's cultural genocide, it is a racial genocide. Um, and there has to be compensation for what was done to us politically by government systems. So where we wouldn't get reparations for being ADOS, American descendants of slaves, was it African? But whatever they call these terms they make up for saying that we from Africa. Well, we wouldn't get reparations for that because there's really no solid records to prove that the majority of us came from Africa. There's nothing to tie us to that, just except movies. You know, even when you do your genealogy, where's the Africans? I did a lot of my genealogy, and I'm not finding Africans, but yet I'm finding coloreds and blacks, all different. Wouldn't we? If we're one family. Wouldn't be one race? You know, one designation. But over the years, it's colored, it's black, it's Negro, it's African American. Hint, hint. We are being taken off our land so that those who are now referred to as Americans, which are the descendants of Europeans. Now, in one of my videos, I made it very clear these Europeans were African. Okay? African. So their descendants would be their mulatto offspring that we refer to as white. Truth be told, that is a caste system designation that apparently Africans can be as dark can be, and be referred to as white because it's not a race, it's not a color, it is a caste system designation, and is a way to categorize people where they will be granted all the rights of any free person. or most of the rights of a free person, because apparently, it's a, let's just say the caste system, the only free would be the nobility that created it. So you have a hierarchy, but definitely the sovereigns would be considered only those at the top. So the caste system is an abuse of power. I don't know what it was when it began. Maybe it was something redeemable. But the way I see things now is plans are laid for centuries after they are, drafted. So it's like, what would be an example of that? Um, I can't think of one right now, but something that when it begins, it seems like the greatest thing. I guess we could go to cell phones. Is a small example. Oh, we can talk wherever we go. Oh, yeah. I can always get calls, never miss a call. I could, in an emergency, oh, wow, this phone is so handy. Yeah, that phone is also a tracking device. And that was the goal. um, that would be the goal of a colonizer force, to be able to sit back and have some device that, as they close in on your freedoms and your God-given sovereignty, it just makes it a little bit easier to track that ass. And with the camera, you can check out everything you're doing. With the speaker or the microphone, it can listen to everything. That's what the phone does, okay? That's what it's capable of. And I believe that's what it does even when you turn off the settings. Let's just not kid ourselves, okay? So we are still being occupied, and we are being genocided to this day. If I could finish the thought, if I didn't already, there was the West Indians that Columbus found in the Caribbean. I said it before, I'll just repeat it. Columbus never came to North America. We just have to be very clear. You could look up his voyages. He only dealt in the Caribbean. So that means anybody that was first referred to as an Indian was all up in the Caribbean. Carib Indians. And those were Arawak Indians. That is my matriarchal side is Arawak. They were from the Caribbean. My mother's parents. And so I'm very happy to say that we were those Indians that were first located by the European. Okay, so we were the first. The way I look at it is North America, I don't even know if we were on North America like that. David Imhotep has a book. I don't agree with the title, but he does say in his book, it's a very popular book, that speaks to us being, the first people of America. That's what I can say. But he says that there was a time when North America was covered by a sheet of ice. And so one theory is that the first inhabitants of North America came over the ice. He effectively debunks that lie, the Bering Strait, he goes with just what I do agree with him. The population of North America came from the South. And I think a lot of our awakened Indians don't even agree with that, but that's one thing about his book that I do agree. I agree with a lot. I just don't, like most Indians, we don't agree that we originated in Africa. The best way to explain that is we have to understand the lies that have to be told in order to steal a legacy. If America is the first civilization, which we know that it is, we indigenous, that means everything we've been told about Africa has been fabricated. But that would also implicate Europe as well. Because Europe would have been after, their civilization came after Africa. Africa's influence, okay, and guidance. In one of my videos, I said Africa mothered Europe. She sure did. She sure did. We just have to trace the Greek story, history, and in one of my videos, I think I said something profound, and that was that if Greek was all that it is known to be, or thought to be, when Alexander invaded, he would not have asked to be made into a god. If you are bringing, just like in America, it was my point, when we were colonized, our gods were taken away from us. And Christianity was forced upon us. For me, that is all I need to know that Christianity was never meant to be anything good for our people. I mean, look at where we are. Look at where we are. We have one religion that lifts its people up. It's a monotheistic one, so it's still not quite for indigenous. But these people get treated like special treatment, right? Christianity does not do that for the Christian. No special privileges or whatever. In my last video, and I want this to be a profound statement. I know people are stuck in their beliefs, and it's very hard to give them up. But which religion was not being given or commonly given their religious exemption during our pandemic? We should know that the other two, definitely one of them, their religious exemptions were accepted. When it comes to Christian religious exemption, I can validate that they were not being recognized. Okay, I don't know what religion you have to be to get a religious exemption, but I would think that it can't be the colonizer's religion. In fact, I know that it could not be the colonizer's religion. What do I mean by that? I mean that the religion that was forced on you will not protect you in this life or the next. I'm going to try to keep my emotions to a minimum, but I mean exactly what I say. I did enough research on the history of the Church of Rome to know. And so, once again, I'll try to take it back to where the topic of this video tonight. I am pontificating a bit, and listen, shouldn't be using that word after a discussion about Rome, but it has its merits. Let me get these pop-ups off. Pop-ups off my screen. They're very distracting. There is a war brewing in Indian country. Some of our Indian gurus are all out attacking Africa. And I don't mean to laugh, but I'm going to say his first name. I'm not going to say his last name. But a brother that goes by the name of Tariq, and his last name does begin with an N, pretty popular. He did a very popular series on, I guess I think I would have to say Africans, because on the cover of his video series is a big picture or rendering of Africa. So the brother, all due respect for what he has done, seems apparently he's a philanthropist and he's educated. I give him kudos because he is. You can see that a shift has occurred in his thinking. He has coined what I believe it is his own word or his own phrase or designation of fundamental Black Americans. And at first look, it seems like, well, there's nothing wrong with that. He's not calling us African. But unfortunately, this is where the war in Indian country is setting off from. Those of us who have, looked at it and see what is wrong with that designation, they're being very vocal about it. Apparently, the brother wrote a book, and I guess that I'm thinking that's where this term fundamental American blacks, fundamental Black Americans. I guess the other way would be FAB, fundamental American blacks. Anyway, the problem with that many indigenous are becoming aware of is that it's another misnomer. It's another misnomer. It doesn't tie us to our land. It seems like it would, but as some indigenous have pointed out, there's no treaties that we've made with the colonizer that call us fundamental Black Americans. So it doesn't do anything to help us in our move to reclaim who we were, who we are. So another point in this brother's movement, I guess I could call it, is whereas I know that I was pretty harsh in some of my videos when talking about Africa. I tried to be specific when I said that it's not the people of Africa. It would definitely be those in political power. So I tried my best to make that stand out, but I do think at times it seemed like I was just talking about the whole Africa, and that wouldn't be correct. That wouldn't be right to do that. I think that Africa is being basically sacrificed. The people who are there, who are used for propaganda in the poverty campaign, I think they are really in trouble. And so I don't look to make light of that. But I do want to shed light on that in terms of there's two things going on in Africa that have yet to be reconciled. And that is really what this video is going to be focused on tonight. I did a test run of this video. And once again, I've said this before, and it's happening again. I had to get my, how did I put it? Get my attitude right. I saw Dane's video. The brother was on fire. I felt every word he said, and that video is going to be linked in the description. I just have to, because it really moved me. He just was, it's like one of those instances where he was just on all cylinders. What did he talk about that really got me? It was so much that I may not, but he did speak of Tariq. He did speak of him, and he was one of those that said just what I said. It's misleading to create a new misnomer. It's not helping. And then he also talked about, I think he tried to touch on this thing where you have a call-in show, and now when I do my videos, there's no call-in. I'm not insulting someone to their face or over the phone, and hopefully I'm not insulting at all. I mean, I'm just, again, I'm really speaking of the political level. But this brother's show, there were Africans or people who were either pretending to be Africans or actual Africans. They all sounded Arab to me, and the brother noted that it seemed like some of them were might have been not who they said they were. But the way he's going about it, the host Tariq, I guess you know about that who I'm talking about. I don't want to say his name because even though I've given you every hint, because I'm not really. It's not really about trying to come for him. Again, this man has had a shift in consciousness. It's going to take time. It's going to take time. I think he was much more pro-African than he is today. Clearly, if you hear his videos, the call-in shows, oh my, that is why I realize there's a lot of energy in our community, because we're waking up, and almost like a baby being born, the emotions are tears. They're the tears of a newborn. It's a baby crying, awakening to this whole new world that's kind of strange, yet it feels right, and we know it's right, but it's still scary to know that it has taken our parents' lives, it has taken our grandparents' lives, and I guess even our great-grandparents, who were either misled to think that what they were doing was bettering their community of Indians, but soon found out that they had been lied to. A lot of treaties, someone says all of them, were broken. The treaties that we made with the colonizer. Colonizer's not playing. And it seems like they have no intention of leaving. But anyway, so we're awakening to this, and it is absolutely overwhelming. It is overwhelming to see what was done to us as a people. In any mass murder or genocide of a people, the damage, although it is never easy losing family members, we tend to heal to a certain extent. What I'm trying to say is, but when your oppression is alive, well, breathing, living, daily, that's a different kind of genocide. It's active. It's wicked. it's got uh, an intent that is so strong that it can last decades. This so when we're opening our eyes to this new world of finding out that we're the real American, the full blood American Indians, then you realize, oh my God, look what was done so that I would never figure this out. I don't know about indigenous out there, but I am so aware that this is a supernatural occurrence. There is a spirit behind our Indians finding out that they are the Indians of America. So that what that tells me is you can't do wrong and expect to get away with it eternally. They've gotten away with it for a long time. Now, I mentioned Britain. Britain is a colonizer extraordinaire. What I didn't mention and what I need to mention is the role of the Church of Rome. That is a cut above even that of Great Britain. The Church of Rome is supplying the spiritual backing for this travesty. In other words, they are the spiritual backbone that would make any royals feel like they are entitled to just come to someone's land, completely take it over, say that they're doing it in the name of a deity, but meanwhile get away with the most heinous crimes against humanity. So what needs to be done to do something like that? Well, you have to think they're not human. They're cattle, property. This is coming from religion. It's coming from a monotheistic religion. If you want to know why I can never be a Christian ever again in this lifetime or however many I shall live, it's going to be forever. Energy doesn't die. So, it's a matter of either doing it on Earth or staying in the ethereal realm. And we have a choice, is some of the information I've come across, which is spectacular. That's what I always wanted. I always thought that I should have the freedom. I shouldn't be locked in one place, whether it is heaven or earth. And I did find evidence of that. That's exactly what it can be, if that's what we desire. And it can be at will, When you come from spirit, you have to have the attributes of it, the full attributes. It's spirit that animates us, It's spirit. And so that's what we have access to, It takes training to learn how to navigate, I do believe it happens more naturally for, I want to say, more melanated people. And I say that without trying to be, what do you call it? Discriminating or, in any negative way. It's just a statement of fact, that they've studied melanin and they know what it does. So it has like spiritual attributes, So I'm all over the place, but so again, I looked at how our brother interfaced with the Africans that called in. Yes, it was funny to a certain extent. They called into his what do you call it? The show. He had like a call-in show, and the insults were, I want to say, juvenile. That's the best way to say it. It was funny to a certain extent, but the reality of it was just insulting, very insulting. And I found that I had to pause in myself and realize this is exactly where I cannot be. Um, when 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 the ancestors are dwelling among you, waking you up from on a DNA level, I don't think we need to bring a negative energy by just above and beyond the call of duty insulting people. Even when I talk about Africa, I would be hard pressed to do that to an African's like face, but I wouldn't be doing it at all. You know, I know it sounds like, well, what you gonna do behind his back? No, it's not that. It's that when I talk again, I'm talking about political systems that I believe at when I get rid of the dust in my heart of hearts, it is not the poor person. I always say this though, so I shouldn't have to say it again. It's never the civilian. It's never the little man. It's not. Even in our case, in America, you know, a lot of people say that, you know, you as a person of color, it's your laziness that why you can't get ahead. You complaining. You know, the thing where you're not a father to your children. You know, you're drugging. You're killing each other. Yeah, I mean, okay, fair enough, but we still have to consider the level of it's oppression. I don't know another word for it. We're being oppressed in our own land because it's our land. And again, it's one of those things where for me, I had to ask myself, what land could be so important that you literally go against godliness, righteousness, and even any semblance of it to steal it from the people that it belongs to? But like I said, we had a Church of Rome there to help that in that process. Columbus, what he did with the massive genocide to our beloved ancestors, it was sanctioned by the Church of Rome, y'all. Christianity sanctioned the mass murder genocide of our ancestors in America. Okay, so along the lines of what I spoke about with how our indigenous are interfacing with Africans, it is not our best foot forward by any means. So what I decided to do with this video, I know I'm already an hour in and I still didn't even touch on the topic. Sorry. I haven't done a video in a while, and I had a lot on my mind, and I still have stuff that I want to say. But I wanted to show in real terms, not just in personal insult exchange terms, how Africa has been in a much better political position than any copper-colored American Indian. Now, I did say in the last video how we know, one big clue, how we know that Africa is not quite as poor as she is portrayed or portrays herself through her political puppet masters, those political leaders, is that we got an African president. Now, mind you, I said it and I'll say it again. A so-called African American, otherwise the copper-colored American, has not sat their butts in that seat since, I would say, the creation of that seat and the District of Columbia that it sits on. But an African can have a child. Remember, American, the 1828 definition, American, the copper-colored races found here by the European, but now applied to the descendants. What is Obama? A descendant of African European. Yeah, his mother was European. His father was African. So that could be quite literally taken. But the way I see it is that Africans are Europeans. They're the ones that founded Europe. And we really need to be clear on that. And they raised up a mulatto descendant that they called white in the caste system that they created for their European offspring. These are Africans we're talking about. Again, you say, how are they African? You must think about the Moors. And I said this almost word for word in my last video. They're the best example we have of Africans going up into Europe. And what do they tell us they did? They civilized, they brought culture, they brought taught, all of that. That's what the role is of Africa to Europe. In my last video, I said, what has Africa done for the quote-unquote African American? And the answer is absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. We've done more for Africa than Africa has done for us. And that is just the reality. Now, they want to say that Africa, oh, you originated in Africa. Well, that wouldn't even be good enough if it were true. Because we're not benefiting from that either, if it were true, and it is not. What Africa is doing, and I say this very poignantly, is slowly hijacking our legacy. It's not easy to explain that, but it has something to do with us specifically being called African American, whereas no other melanated people on earth are called African French or African Chinese or African this or African. Only in America is it like a staple that we are called or referred to as African American. So in that you get to see just a quick peek of how important it is to take this land from under our feet, other than over any other landmass on earth. No other people are having their land systemically and craftily, politically, legally taken from them. I mean, when it happens in a situation of war, at least you know what's happening. Well, this is a war, but it is one of the most subtle wars that I think the earth has ever seen, because it's still going on. It's been going on ever since colonization, like the chief said today. It's still going on because we're still known as African Americans when we are not. My issue with Africa is Africa could be the definitive voice that tells the world that we are not African. There's no reason for us to be called African American. Like I had an example of that, and that example was this. Even if we did originate in Africa, which we did not, but even if we did, being the first ones here would make us American. So that means no one else can come here and call us African anymore. Not if you found us here. That would be even if we were actually from Africa, which we are not. We originated right here. We're the oldest people on the face of the earth. And that is going to come more and more into focus. Like, I admit, right now, I feel like I have the somewhat circumstantial evidence of it, but it's enough that I can speak it freely. That America is the oldest continent in terms of its civilization, and evidently in terms of its people as well. Hopefully in future videos, this as it's given to me, I hope to give it to you. Some of it started in this book, in this book. Should I read it now since I'm talking about it? Okay, because then I guess the latter part of the video is going to be about what this topic is tonight. But if you could read that, this is again a primary source. If you want to read a little bit, I'm not going to read all that. You could pause it just to see what a primary source kind of looks like. Pause, please. Okay. Primary source, and you can pause it there. And so this is like first-hand accounts. Now, I don't agree with everything that's said here. It's basically because it seems to be tainted with the whole colonizing narrative that, they were bringing something good when they came and murdered everyone and kidnapped us and deposited their Spanish-speaking people onto our lands, thereby turning our lands as if they were originally Spanish when they were not. Okay, but okay. We find, therefore, the Western Hemisphere named America. This is the part I don't agree with. In honor of Columbus, from the land he first discovered, which was reserved for him. Well, in his mind, it was reserved for him. But see, we have some kind of nobility telling this man that this land is reserved for him, and they're using God to do it. Okay, so with the Catholic Church is what I'm saying, okay? Because he also came in the name of Catholicism, Christianity, same thing. It's just that Catholicism is the mother of Christianity, as I said before. They came first, and then all the little babies came later. Okay, so land was first discovered, which was reserved for him? I think not. And the sacred national name of its great nation, whose temple of Amaru Concha was unsurpassed in riches by any in the world. We're talking about South America, where the culture began, where the legacy began, that spread to Africa. Okay, now this is way before Columbus that it spread to Africa, but by the time of Columbus, now the Africans are looking to mete out their vendetta against the Indians that expelled her. We might look at that again. It's just important, and I don't mind going over it again. Whose temple of Amaru Concha was unsurpassed in riches by any in the world. This is America. Weren't we told that Africa had most of the riches? Well, we have a primary source telling us that when Columbus came over here, the riches were unsurpassed by any in the world. So he's talking about his homeland of Spain as well, right? America was known as the richest in the world. This is partly why we are not allowed to have our legacy when we have colonizers so very hungry for that legacy. And later down in this passage, we'll see something about America being of antiquity, okay? Unsurpassed in riches by any in the world, and whose roads the great Humboldt did not hesitate to designate as the most beautiful, stupendous works ever executed by man. Well, I thought that was like in Greece and and Egypt in Africa, that the most stupendous works. Apparently not. Apparently not. That was to be found in our American Indian homelands. Copper-colored brothers and sisters out there, are we sure we want to be African? This is what we're giving up and giving over to Africa. And her minions, the ones she raised up, that is the order, that is the chronological order of all of it. Africa is older of most of the nations of earth, except for ours in America. So this is what Africa wins once she convinces the world that we're African. Yet, as I said in my video, what has Africa done for her children lately? Especially the ones that are said to be her nearest relatives. Us. What has she done for us lately? You don't think she might want some of this legacy out we're reading about? But yet she has to tell the world that she has all of that. Well, how come your people are not being denationalized? It's a question. It's a real question. I'm going to try not to get too salty in my video today. I just want the information to speak for itself. That's what I want. Whose temple at Amaru Concha was unsurpassed in riches by any in the world, and whose roads the great Humboldt did not hesitate to designate as the most beautiful, stupendous works ever executed by man. Well could he have asserted that only in Quito, Peru, we're going to talk about Peru, because I said it before, but again, we're going to get this. We're going to get this at some point. Well could he have asserted that only at Quito, Peru, that's where the culture began. I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, if North America had what we had, where our culture began, Columbus would have gone there. North America was not this at the time of Columbus's invasion. Well could he have asserted, Humboldt, that only at Quito, Peru, the kingdom of Amaraca, at the time of the Spanish conquest, Mexico, also claiming to the same origin as the Americas. Well, it is. I think we moved up to Mexico from the Peru area. And Cundan America, where were to be found traces of antique civilization. Oh, you mean it's not in Africa? Antique civilization is not in Sumeria? That's another one we have to debunk. Traces of antique civilization in America? But y'all said it was the New World. So what you mean by antique? If you would like to pause this, please do and just let it sink in. It's a whole hijack. It's a complete hijack. This is what America represents and what it is to our colonizer, who was Columbus. He was a representative of our colony. Now, don't get it twisted. Spain, Britain, France, Germany, Portugal, all the same bloodline when it comes to the nobility. So these are the forces that are coming. They're forefathers that were expelled from America, this antique America where all this beauty was to be found. And the most beautiful and stupendous works ever executed by man. Have we ever known of anything in America to be the most beautiful and stupendous works ever executed by man? Oh, that's when we're going to bring in the aliens. Oh, right, the aliens. Ugh. Well, as I said in one of my last videos, the colonizer needs aliens to exist while they whoop your ass, okay? And I'm going to shout out to Brother Sanchez. He brought an element that I didn't think about. But he said, when they go to really exterminate our asses, they can blame it on the aliens. Just blame everything on somebody else. And then puppet everybody. Now, earlier, I could put this down now, I think. I just love this. This is what is my cue. And I'm hoping the ancestors will bless me with more. They give me little pieces. They don't want to overwhelm me, have me on this YouTube yelling and acting like I done lost my mind. Because this is why I'm doing this video over. I said some things that I wasn't proud of. and then when I saw Tariq, God, I was like, we got to do this over. We got to do this. So we don't want to, we don't want to go there, because there's too much information that we don't need to go there, like what I just showed you. Okay. They got us reaching for the appearance of poverty. I don't believe that Africa has what we're being told she has. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make sense. Again, for me now, my new measure for what country must have superior resources, natural resources, you have to show me a country where the people are the native people or the original people are being called a crayon color instead of being called just simply by the landmass. That will give me a heads up that, okay, so these people must be the ones that have the goods because they are being systemically and the longest war and genocide of that people. Very subtle. The media. Now this is not against Caucasians, but as a person of color, sometimes I have to sit back and wonder. It's changing slowly, I think, because they have no choice in terms of the numbers that they clearly, are aware of. So they're trying to bring those numbers down. But sometimes, as I'm looking at media in front of me, Every now and then I like to watch a movie. Okay. It occurred to me, I'm a person of color, but as I'm looking out the windows of my soul, I'm not seeing myself represented on the TV. The major movie roles. And I had to ask myself, how is that affecting my deepest psyche? Just I'm being so inundated with people that don't look like me. So that's when you realize it. The hijack is real. The hijack is profound. It is in everywhere they could possibly think of to have it affect the people that they are denationalizing. Every so often, a new name for us. I'm praying that we do not fall in love with fundamental Black Americans. This sounds like too many words, It sounds. I don't even know. Well, do we have fundamental Asian, Chinese? Like who? Why are we going off the chart with our stuff? No, let's keep it simple. Let's keep it very simple. How about the first people of America were those Negroes that we call Negroes, but who are the original American Indians, full blood, native to the land. How about just something like that? Okay. We could narrow that down. American Indian. That's it. Fundamental Black America. Too many words. Helping the colonizer. No, we don't want to do that. We don't want to make another category that they can say, oh, this is not in our law books. What the hell is that? Okay, we can treat them like we've always treated them. But not in the books that way. We got to go with what they refer to us as. And in Columbus, in all his destructive glory, I think the one thing we maybe could thank him for is the term Indian, being something that seems to have come from that era, but it only applied to us. Like I was saying earlier, there was no India. India got its independence in 1947. Columbus came here in 1492. I think the difference is like 400 to 500 years, or over 500 years. I did the math. I forgot. I believe it was like 500 and some plus years difference between the first Indians that were ever known by any colonizer, which was in the West Indies. That's why it's still called the West Indies. But they tried to balance that by having East Indies. But the problem with that is there was nothing Indie in the East. It was Bharata. India was called Bharat. Yeah, I don't know why I keep putting an A on it. At some point it was Hindustan, but the bottom line is when Columbus came here, there was no such thing as India, unless somehow America was known as India, perhaps. But that name was first given to Carib Indians. They were the first Americans the Europeans found. So I might as well say it here that there's a notion that the Carib Indians are European. European. No, we were Europeanized. We were probably the first to be Europeanized. So yeah. I believe we were kidnapped, many of us. I mean, they might not tell us the whole story, but I believe we were taken as like a booty or, to Europe. to be serving the black nobility. I'm just going to call them like they were. King James was black. His whole family was. By the time what house are they known as? The Windsors. That was after the root of that family is a African one. Okay, you'd have to do it yourself, but look up how our current nobles are related to King James. So yeah, they raise up a people that they use as the face of the takeover operation. Behind that face, it started out, I believe, from what I'm studying and have looked at, it was a priesthood. It was would have been like they would have been considered our holy men, which in ancient Egypt, which I do believe, and I said this before, if America is the oldest continent, that means the oldest civilization was here in the Americas, and we can read a passage of that book again. This one, I just like to, okay. I'll start here because I have to. Ancient Egyptians had named their capital city, Heru, to keep alive the name of one of Egypt's founding kings. The city Heru was eventually called Jerusalem, then Jerusalem. I just realized that might be a, a step he missed there, but no, maybe not. Interesting. Okay, the city Heru was eventually called Jerusalem, then Jerusalem, and it stood in the Americas. Okay, this brother did his homework on that. So now we want to look at what this. Okay, it was the presence of ancient Egypt's Jerusalem in the Americas that kept scholars quiet and preachers fearful when I showed them the old maps and ancient writings and the forbidden histories. Okay, so I'm reading from page 17 of When Rocks Cry Out. So I want to show you where he goes further about Peru, or I'm sorry, I let the cat out of the bag. Heru. They call the city Heru, but then further back in the book, he goes further to state, when I looked at the hieroglyphs that named the ancient districts of Upper Egypt, one hieroglyph kept appearing, the image of the hawk or falcon, because I believe Heru is a falcon. It is I forgot the name. It is a certain falcon. Okay. One hieroglyph kept appearing, the image of the falcon enclosed within a square. This square with the opening was the Egyptian symbol for the word per, meaning house or temple. And the hawk or falcon symbol was stated earlier, as stated earlier, meant Heru. The Egyptian expression was saying per Heru, or the house or temple of Heru, an Egyptian god. So, what came first? Was it the Hebrew or was it the Egyptian? Okay, so I'll put it up so you can read it, that part. I just want to connect Heru with Peru. And I think I showed you the deity, and maybe that was in the video I never posted. So if you could pause it, you'll see here the word Peru, meaning house or temple. The Egyptian expression was saying per Heru, or the house of Heru, which became the abbreviated name Peru. Okay? So this is how I began to realize that America is older than what they're saying. She's older than the Egypt in Africa. See, that's how, when I said that the evidence is circumstantial, not really. Not really. You just got to put the pieces together. So that was the first Egypt he's talking about in America. And so maybe I should have I read this all before, but you know, each video has to stand alone, I guess, because maybe someone didn't see the other video. So maybe I should read the part of how they ended up in Africa. Okay, where is it? Okay, let's read it. I just love this. I should have highlighted it. Let me just use my highlighter so when I show it to you, you can see it. America is older than Africa, which means she's older than Greece and Samaria. Yeah. We have to have a little bit of a conversation to explain Samaria. I did it before, but you know, repeating is of the essence sometimes. Okay, he's talking about how our brethren Egyptians became African, and then Africans became European. That is the order of civilization, the chronological order, you could say. Okay, I had seen ancient records that unveiled the world's most explosive secret. Egypt had crossed the Atlantic Sea in ships more than 10,000 years before the time of Christ. They had built the world's largest cities in South and Central America and in Mexico. They had united those city-states into a nation that stretched from Brazil in South America to Mexico and into Africa. You see? I had broken the seal on the forbidden histories. I had found the writings that told how Egypt had built its most powerful empire, and it had happened in the Americas. 3 of the world's most powerful religions came out of Egypt. And now their most fearful secret was uncovered. That is very profound. Why is it a secret? It has to do with our legacy. I'm hoping that the ancestors give me the words that would make other indigenous begin to see why we are being disappeared by our colonizer as we speak every day since the time of we didn't talk about see, when I read this book I have to read the whole story or the important pieces, But we just read that three of the world's most powerful religions had come out of Egypt, and now their most fearful secret was uncovered. The secret is fearful because it would mean that it was our people, the ancestors of the American Indian, who first had a spiritual system. Once they stole it from us and revamped it, they don't want us around to be here when our ancestors wake us up, like that's happening, to show them up for who they are. It's beyond race, but race is key only in terms of these are not white people. This is a priesthood. Now, we read about the riches that America had. The priesthood knew how rich America was. So when they were expelled and ended up in Africa, where apparently they didn't have what we had in America, let's just say it like that, they became determined to come back here and steal the land from under our feet by trickery. Now, these were priests. Come on now. We can imagine the spiritual energies that they conjured up to help them to not only pull what they pulled on us, but to make sure that they would not bear the karmic retribution that would befall them. When we wake up, all of that karma will be transferred to them. There are many reasons why they need to keep us asleep. It's not just the wealth. It's not just the legacy. Karma is the proverbial bitch that they say she is. They are on a trajectory that they cannot effectively reverse. They have no intention of reversing it. The only thing that would force a reversal is your awakening as an American Indian. Okay? This is why we are demonized on our own land, and every other race is invited to help them in erasing us from the face of the planet. This is what is going on in Indian territory. It has been this way ever since Alexander appeared. Actually, because that's when they came back to basically begin the elimination process. They were like, I'm sorry, my dear, you are up for elimination. So, yeah, this is what it is. See, a lot of people, they don't want to embrace Egypt, but I'm telling you, embrace your mother. Embrace your mother. She has too much to tell you. You will understand your oppression. Do I have to read it again? 3 of the world's most powerful religions had come out of Egypt. If you live to tell that story, those religions come a tumbling down, because they're trying to demonize everything that they are built on, ironically, because they want to say that they were the right ones and Egypt was the wrong. That's not possible. It is not possible. Because what you would want to do is not build your religion on something that you say is demonic. So you're not going to take Isis, that's what they called her, deal with it. It's a pretty name. Why are we so afraid of it? Okay? We called her Aset. Okay? So if it was demonic, then you wouldn't replicate it with a different color, a different race. You wouldn't take what you would call the Black Madonna, that's your word for her, that's Isis. She had an indigenous name of Aset. The Greeks called her Isis. If she was that demon over there, you do not take her image and just turn her white and now she's all right. No, that's not how it works. I hope somebody understands me today. We really have to break out of our juvenile way of thinking when it comes to these characters, these spiritual truths. Have you ever wondered why Egypt is so demonized? Well, she's the key to understand where they're getting all their information from. And then once they found out it was us, what? Those we call black in America are the descendants of these people that gave us the spiritual system we knew and hijacked and turned it into what we wanted it to be, and then come around and try to kill them off the face of the earth, which is never going to happen. It's never going to happen. It will be. Let me tell you what this would actually be if it played out. It would be, and if they got to keep us asleep, it would be what an unending saga where you have this noble element. Well, they call themselves noble. When I think of the word noble, I think of acting noble. But when you realize how not noble people will become to steal your legacy and birthright, you wonder why would you, how do you see yourself? How do you equate yourself with that word? When do you come clean? If they were nobles that were for the people, we would not be oppressed like we are. But we need to understand the vendetta. So let's see if we can read about where it began. You know, I did talk about it, but these are just, it's just too key, you know. Okay, here we go. There were others. Now this is same page 17 of When Rocks Cry Out by Horace Butler. There were others who knew the forbidden histories. Even Christopher Columbus knew these secrets. He wrote that South America's Orinoco River flowed out of paradise, where Adam and Eve had lived. I was stunned to see that Columbus had promised, I guess this is a promise to the popes, or the Pope, he would recapture Jerusalem when he reached the Americas. There's a chapter in this book about the Jerusalem in the Middle East. I'm not going to read it, but I'll tell you the chapter is called It's Not There. Okay? The Illuminati knew the secrets. They quietly discussed the $10 million Wolsey Muller map that was made in 1507. They whispered that the map maker Martin Waldseemüller revealed things on that map that were not to be revealed. The map was famed for the impossible details about the Americas that it showed. It even revealed the Pacific Ocean before it was rediscovered by Europeans who had lost knowledge of the Americas after being expelled from the Western Hemisphere during the Dark Ages. Okay, so that kind of corrects what I thought. I thought the first Caucasian appeared in Africa, but I think what happened is they were, how do I say it, genetically altered. These people, the Egyptians, knew about the arts and sciences. So I think what happened was, if this what I'm reading, which I had the question in one of my videos, I think I was saying I don't know where the Europeans first came, but wait a minute. But you see, he's calling them Europeans, but they wouldn't have been Europeans if they were expelled. They ended up being Europeans. See, it's hard because the first Europeans that we know of were people of color. So when he says Europeans, I'm going to have to, okay, so I'm going to take it back what I just said. He's referring to the black Europeans. Whites, I still believe that they originated in Greece because the black Europeans, the nobility, see, this didn't really say everything I wanted it to say, but the key word there was expelled. So there were as an element, and what I concluded that had to be Akhenaten. He was the monotheist. And this is what it's all about. This is why religion is so important. And you cannot have a conversation about religion and leave Egypt out. He just told us why. 3 of the world's most powerful religions had come out of Egypt. See, if I could try to explain why religion has to be part of it, and we have to include Egypt, because then we'll see why, for instance, that the 3 major religions, it's like they have their eagle eye on converting the American Indian. Like, our conversion is one of the major tools of mental reprogramming that the colonizer, he has to use religion. So that's why I don't understand why our people, well, I know why. It's just, we associate Egypt with Africa. I know that's what the indigenous do. They associate Egypt with Africa. That's not it. If that were the case, then everything that happened to us in America in terms of being denationalized would have happened to the Africans. The Africans have not been denationalized ever. No one else has but us. That's how we know this is all part of that. If the world found out that the gods that they are worshiping were fashioned after the American brother, the hood rat, created your God, America ain't ready for that, let alone the world. They're not ready for that. They done ran off with our renamed deities and made us their slaves to the renaming of our deities. To turn around and find out that you done slaved the people that gave you the deity? What kind of karmic retribution would that bring? Well, they don't ever want to find out. How will they have to deal with it? When you and I wake up to being Indians and take our proper place. We're not looking to harm anyone. I just feel that. At this point, we are so happy to finally understand who we are. We would like everybody to celebrate with us. That's how I feel. That's the type of person I think I am. I think, nah, but no. Yeah, I love to party. I love to dance. All that. A little drink is not bad either. That's as far as I go though. So yeah, this is a celebratory thing. I mean, for some people, it's not because they've been lying. You know, so all I can say is you made yourselves our enemies. We didn't ask for that. Well, you shouldn't have lied to us. I mean, it's bad enough. We should be wanting to kick some ass. But I think we'll settle for our land. And we have to speak it into being, folks. I realize all the elements are there. We've been denationalized by a government. That's where our reparations come from being denationalized on our own land. It's an act of genocide. It's a crime against humanity. And all we really need to do is get into a court and show that. Mm-hmm. And all it will do is uncover all the ways, all the schemes that went into hiding who we are. It's mind-boggling. See, they want to say that, but it's so much of an undertaking that we can't do it. Oh, yes, we can. Oh, yes, we can. Like your African Obama said, oh, yes, we can. That's one thing he got right. Oh, yes, we can. I mean, when you looking to give $30 million for crack pipes, I mean, come on, raise your own standard. Come on now. Do something worthy with all that, okay? Right your wrong. Ain't nobody trying to hurt you. You hurt yourself when you seek to genocide a people that will not be genocided. Everyone on earth should know by now. It's not going to happen. It would be not only a crime against humanity, I'm going to go out on a limb, it would be a crime against the gods themselves. Okay? If you got your God from us, well, yeah. But see, we're so brainwashed that you get a free pass because we think that you invented our God. I'm just talking plain. We're going to have to get used to it. It's the new world. That's the new world order, okay? Change back to the old order. That's what the new world order is. Well, that's what it is for American Indians. And it's really sad for those who worked against us. It really is. But let me read this. I want to say more on that, and I will. But let's just see. Okay. This is what. See, it's all on page 17. I'm going to change the term Moses because that would have been the 18th dynasty where we know we had a few Moseses. Amos, Tutmos, first, second, fourth, third, fourth. So this is the only part of this book that I have to edit because it's clearly pointing to the 18th dynasty, which was the dynasty of Akhenaten. He was the monotheist. So they took one of his relatives, the Moses, and they created the character of Moses. I think they're trying to hide Akhenaten's identity. Just like this is a piece for thought. I've come to realize that I'm jumping a little bit, but when we talk about Serapis, now that is the god that Alexander hoped to be made into when he first invaded Egypt. He didn't get that wish, but his general, Ptolemy Soter Lagi, he's the one that went to the priesthood and he got them to make him into a god. However, where many think that Serapis is made after Ptolemy's image, I think what Ptolemy did was he decided to give that honor, that ill-gotten honor, to his master or his leader, Alexander. So what am I saying? And from what I can see of the image that is used for Serapis, who later became Jesus, when the Romans took over the Greeks, they renamed Serapis the god that Ptolemy and Alexander pressed the priesthood, the traitor priesthood, to make for them so that they can be worshipped as gods. Uh, I believe that image was the image of Alexander himself. I've heard it said that it's supposed to be Ptolemy, but when we look at Ptolemy, that face, if you ever see a picture of Ptolemy, he doesn't look anything like Serapis. Whereas you'll see images or busts of Alexander. I believe the Christ is Alexander's image itself. It is the image of Alexander the Great. We call him Alexander the Greek. You know, this man was the beginning of the tainting of the images and the likenesses and the attributes of the gods. So, but yeah, it dawned on me when I looked at the image of Serapis, which again, it became the image of Jesus. That's Alexander's face. I'm almost sure of it. When you Google or look up Ptolemy Soter and you look up Alexander, you'll know what I mean. They just gave him a beard. I don't know if Alexander had a beard, but I know he seems to be portrayed as having a lot of hair, and that's what Serapis had, a lot of hair. So anyway, all of this was a result of, I believe, Akhenatans breaking away from tradition and leading a band of Egyptians that got, well, we'll read what happened. Ancient writings, including an autobiography left by, I'm going to say Tutmosis or Ahmoses, explain that a civil war in Central and South America had forced the Egyptians to flee from the Americas. They escaped to the east side of Africa, where they built a second Egypt. Let's get the order right. That was not, however, the discovery the preacher was thinking of when he called the findings, the author's findings, World War III. He had seen the city, now we're going back to Peru, that ancient Egypt had built in a mountain in South America. It was the city that had stirred his fears and his reluctance. See, the preachers don't want to talk about that. This is why our legacy is kept from us, people. Uprooting that legacy, a lot will fall. It's breaking the very foundation of everything we've been. They lied so much that the fall will crush them. It's amazing, but you know what, brothers and sisters, copper colored, everything is on our side. What was done to us is what they call crimes against humanity. We just need to stand in who we are. Stand up. All we have to do is stand up. We're going to have to take it to court, is how I see it. I don't know how, but definitely this is a court case because of who was involved. We did not do this ourselves. We were not called black. We didn't choose that name. That's a caste system designation. It was just something that was tossed at us and then just used like they're using it today. You everything black. No one ever consulted us. Well, why would we? We're considered property. You know, we've been reduced on our own land, as Martin Luther King said, to exiles. We're exiled on our own land. Everyone else is enjoying the benefits, the fruits of living in our, what did that say? The most beautiful and stupendous? That's what America represents to our colonizer. They want it back, but they can't have it back. Why? Partly because they messed up the legacy. They invented a religion that they don't want us to go to the foundation of that religion, because then they fall. But they invented a religion that went against everything that made ancient Egypt what it was. The longest standing civilization on the face of Earth. Meaning it was the longest unbroken civilization on Earth because we had it right. The only way to look at that is that we had it right. We made it work for millennia. And we would still be in that position of primary if we had not allowed ourselves to be brainwashed by the religion that was forced upon us. That would be Christianity. And contrary to popular belief, when you read Walter Williams' Historical Origin of Christianity, this book right here, you'll find out that Christianity was the first monotheistic knockoff of the real thing. Then came, he tells that the if I remember correctly, the Monophysites, those were the ones that basically became the Jacobites because they believed in the, how do you call it? That God was not a man, you know, but like a spirit that could go into prophets, you know. And the Melkite, no, the Monophysites, and this is the Melkite. I just want to say that apparently the Monophysites, I think they had, it's a little confusing, but in other words, where one had made reference to a deity, the other one created the image of the deity. Apparently, the Monophysites never gave their deity a face. So they felt that they were more true to the legacy, I think, but not really. The way I say it is they both went astray. Just one thought they were better than the other. And I think that would make up your royals right there. These two priesthoods they encourage the people to be, at odds. But at somewhere up there, I believe they're just giving each other the fist bump and all of that. Okay, so what was I saying? Yeah, so that was where the break came. A civil war expelled a group of our people who became African. But when you're expelled, it's like being basically exiled, and that has to do with being seen as a wretched people, you know. And if any of us recall, there were times. There was a time or a version of scripture that called being black a curse. And I believe if there's any validity to it, I believe that would have been referring to the Africans, the expelled Americans that became African, because they became much darker in that weather. And so I believe when they refer to blackness as a curse, it's, well, because you were already exiled, okay? So you were already condemned to, you got to leave out of here. Paradise. America was seen as paradise. And so I believe what happened is, whereas in one of my videos, I think I said the more melanin, the more ancient, I have since considered that maybe that's not the case. Maybe the darker skin doesn't necessarily mean it was first. You know what I mean? And I'm just trying to get my ducks lined up in a row because I do, even from what we read, we should know now. America it was the oldest continent, the oldest civilization. Africa is trying to take her leaders, and they would have been what became the Church of Rome, because Africans became Roman, when they created the Catholic Church. And so these were brothers who were used to having a lot of influence, but they had to go to the dark side. And then I believe that's a reference to the black skin as a curse. Because it's not so much because of the skin itself or the color. I think it has to do with being expelled. And so everything that comes with that is part of the curse. It becomes like a curse. I didn't show the evidence of it, but again, we have in Africa that is showing up on most surveys and rankings as the poorest countries in the world. I don't see anything being exported, and if it is, somehow it's being kept a secret. Again, why the secrets? Because Africa is hiding from us. Again, this is not every person. I'm talking about the hierarchy. I'm talking about the political leaders that have, like, the Pope kissing their feet and stuff like that. Okay, that's a lot of pull. And there is something up with that. Have we ever seen the Pope kissing an Indian's feet? No, he wouldn't. Because we're the ones that have been denationalized. We don't have any nationality that needs to be respected. We've been made property by their religion. They transferred they took what was upon them, the curse that was upon them, and they're trying to say that is us. No, it's you. You're the ones that traded your legacy into something else, made new gods, okay? So the way you, again, elude that karma is you get us to sign on with your religions. So once we become Christian, Islamic, Hebrew Israelite, now we're spiritually in line with you against our ancestors, you see? So that is why religion is so important in this hijack. But again, you have to trace it back to Egypt. A lot of people are not willing to do that. I have not a problem at all. How come it's okay when Egypt, well, for many people, they can give Egypt its cred when it's in Africa, but you don't want to give it its cred when it's yours, indigenous? Or what if it is? I mean, I'm saying what if, but it truly is. But what if you're going against your own legacy by not recognizing it? Isn't that what the colonizer gets us to do? Wouldn't it be a big accomplishment if all three of their religions are built on it? See, they erased Egypt. They demonized her. She's dead, according to them. Now it's just the people that gotta go. That's how we know our connection. Now, the three religions, they got a people that ain't going nowhere, right? You're going to always have your Hebrew Israelites, whatever race they are. You're going to always have your Islam, right? Unless they blow themselves up. I mean, I'm just being real. That's not even being funny. Come on now. Y'all know what y'all be doing. Okay? But if you see, they're going to be here because of the religion, but Egypt has been buried. There is no connection. So that's how you can begin to get rid of the people. You see, you got to get rid of the religion. All of this began with a break. I want to say it's evident to me that the Civil War had to be based on. Look at what are we told about Akhenaten? He was like an anathema. They rejected him. Why did they reject him? We know. So, line the ducks up. Akhenaten and his gang are kicked out of America. Why? Because they were breaking tradition with this one monotheistic idea. And we saw in the last video where his daughter, Mary Totten, or her other name was Scotia, she becomes Queen of Scots. I don't know if I'm going to show that now. But it's all linking back to a spiritual system that was hijacked, and our oppressors was looking to create a one world religion. You see? Egypt was perfect, but for the priesthood that just saw dollar signs and total control, Egypt was not quite right until this priesthood just made one god out of a family of gods. Okay? So we might take a look at their family of gods. I'm going on 2 hours. So I missed all my segues to our study of Africa. So let's see if we can get it. Part of the study was the poverty look. Is Africa actually playing the role of poverty, but using the poverty card based on a very real oppression by Africa's leaders? I guess that would be it would have to be that. But let's look at the leaders. It would have to be the folks that comprise this gang. So this, what we're looking at, this is the gist of what this video is about. I'm sorry I started late, 2 hours into the video. But how many African countries are members of the United Nations? According to the United Nations Department for General Assembly and the Conference Management, 54 countries belong to the African group and are members of the United Nations. So that's from, see at the top of the page it says, welcome to the United Nations. So this is the United Nations telling us about the large number of countries that make up the African group. Okay, if you want to pause that. Now, what we have to remember when we see information like this is that this means Africa has political connections that we as quote-unquote African Americans do not have. Now, they have 54 members in the United Nations. Are they making any policies for their African American diaspora children? Do you think? That's a lot of countries, right? In their story, we came from, must have been some one of them or a few of them, right? Do you think that when they meet for their UN meetings that our African American people are a part of that conversation? If we are, we're not there to hear what they're saying, right? So, is Africa doing anything for you? Now, first of all, we must understand, to be part of the United Nations, you have to be a nation, you know? They don't just take crayon people, black people. What nation are they from? Huh? Then we begin to see why we don't need to be calling ourselves by a crayon color. You can't be part of the United Nations if you're not a nation. So again, that's from the United Nations website. Does that begin to let us see what Africa is working with? She has a lot of representation. This is like many nations that she's interfacing with. Her leaders. Are they talking about us? The ones that were taken in slavery. I would think if they cared, somewhere in those meetings, well, first of all, we'd be part of it. That would be kind of, nice. But I would think that since you got so much pull in the United Nations, you'd be telling those folks that deal with us, hey, take care of our people. Y'all been treating them bad enough. We see what's going on. Them's our people. Why y'all treating them like this? What am I saying? I'm going to get in your face. The reason why is because Africa knows you're not African. But you don't. Somebody needs to be calling one of those 54 countries, y'all gonna do something about your diaspora people? Aren't we part of Africa? Do they recognize us politically as being part of them? So as you reach out to give Africa all your love and all your soul and all your heart and all your booty, I mean, some people are so taken by this whole narrative. I'm trying not to get disrespectful, but God know I want to. I want to bang it on you. Yes, I do. Somebody got to wake up and see what's going on. Smell the coffee. You're not African, okay? In any way that would benefit you, in any real life, real world situation. You could fantasize that you're African if you need to. I'm not interested. Not interested. And here we have a little chart so we could see just how much influence is going on with Africans in this United Nations. Well, this is just more like a picture representation. Africa's at the top because she's got the most people. Out of, let's look at that, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. They got one less, but they're right behind her, but she's still number one. EEG, I gotta look at what that is. Oh, they must be using abbreviations for all the other regions. Okay, but suffice to say, at that first column, that's who's dominating the United Nations, okay? You can pause that if you want. I don't know if it's going to fit in your screen, but I just want to show you the chart, the visual, okay? Okay, so moving right along. What they doing about them poor people, though? It seems that if you have all this brother love going with these other nations that we are not part of, couldn't y'all do something about them? People looking to eat and stuff? Now, see, I'm not going to go that route that I talked about earlier. I'm just being very real with this, okay? It's not about personal insults here. I'm showing you what's going on right in front of your face if you look. Okay. Okay, what's the next slide we're going to look? Okay. Now, apparently, America does have a role in the United Nations. However, she is listed as one of the special cases. Now, I took this screenshot because I want you to see how, first of all, this is not talking about black people, okay? When you see the United Nations listed as one of the special cases, up there with the Holy See, which would be the Vatican, and Israel, okay, that's not talking about you, boo-boo. Not talking about, quote unquote, black people, okay? But you want to be black and disenfranchise yourself, you're welcome to do that. I'm not doing that anymore, okay? But if you can read this, I just want you to see how America rocks. She's like, if the United Nations was the Supremes, I think the United States is kind of having the Diana Ross character. Because it's not really part of the United. I don't know, we could do further research, but it's like they're trying to say America's there, but not really one of them. It's a special, that's what I'm trying to say. Let's blow this up a little bit because I want you to see. Well, first of all, let's see that it's indeed special cases. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what's up with these other special cases. Well, I can imagine the why the Vatican is, but look, participates. Ooh, please make note of that because I didn't pay attention to that before. But all of these are part of Western European and others group in the United Nations. If you could see that right under where the Holy See is listed. And you'll see that, okay. And although Israel is in Asia, she's also a member of the Western European and others group. So they all kind of like being down with, well, what is noted, Western Europe and others, okay. But the main character there is Western Europe. Now, then let's go down to see America. Oh, look at Palestine has participated in Egypt. Oh, so wait a minute now. Palestine is not part of the Western? Wait a minute. It must be the others. Has participated in the Asia and the Pacific group since April 2nd, 1986. Okay, so she didn't make it. Palestine didn't quite make it to be Western Europe and others group. See, Western Europe is the star act. Okay, so let me look at this because anyway. Okay, first I'll show you. Oh, look, there she is. Now, mind you, the United States is technically not America, but there she is. Not representing our quote-unquote black asses. The United States of America voluntarily chooses, oh, such a diva that they can sing when they want to. Okay, I'll do the tour this year. Voluntarily chooses not to be a member of any group. Well, I guess you have to be a nation. I don't know. More than a corporation. I don't know why. But the bottom line is, it's in a special group along with Israel and the Vatican. There's a connection there that I have yet to have the heart to make, So I just want, let's just sit with it, and see the others. Apparently, some are making it to the Western Europe designation, and others are just others or the Asia Pacific. I don't know. So there, you can't read the whole thing because it won't fit. I just wanted you to see, however, considered to be a member of the Western Europe and others group, we might need to read that for putting. So she has some kind of elective authority. Like, I don't want to be part of it. I just want to choose who's going to be on the board or some shit like that. But you can read for yourself if you can. Okay. I don't know if I can get this in the screen. Come on. Okay, if you could please pause. Voluntary chooses, this United States, not to be a member of any group. I'm a diva alone. And attends meetings of the Western European and others group as an observer, voyeur only. However, it is considered to be a member of the Western European and others group for putting forward candidates for electoral purposes in the United Nations General Assembly. Pause if you wish. So we are special. But the bottom line is, we as quote unquote black, my quotes guys, my air quotes, quote unquote black, y'all know we ain't part of that, right? We don't have a nationality. We can't be part of the United Nations. And please don't tell me we're Moorish. No. That's in Morocco. That would be part of the Africa group. As a matter of fact, let's see. Is Morocco? We gotta look at that. Because we might be busting up some stuff if we can get the answer to that. Because I have a list of all the nation's flags. Let's see if we can find Morocco. And Morocco might be trying to do something special. Let me see. But it wasn't with the special group, though. So, I don't know, man. We're going to have to find out what that's about. Okay, let me see now. My slides is kind of out of order. Did I not get them right? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to read a little bit more about Africa's great influence in the United Nations. Her like a primary member, because she has it's broken into regional groups. So Africa is the only group that does not have other countries in it. Like, it's all Africans, because it's a continent. So whereas the Asia group will have, like, for instance, we saw that Israel was part of Asia, but now it's it's kind of in other people's, groups. Africa stands alone. The diva stands alone, but she don't want to feed her people. And she wants us to be called African American, but she ain't talking about us at these meetings. I'm pretty sure of it. What policies have changed our situation? Maybe Africa could say, excuse me, my African diaspora, they being treated really bad. And I think as the United Nations, we should make a policy against police violence. Y'all sure you want to rock with Africa? Is she rocking with you? I don't think so. Better play the record. Okay, so we're going to read about Africa. Let's see, come on. See, we're not making fun, right? We're just going with the statistics and, the evidence and the reality. The Africa group consists of 54 members, as we saw, states. 54 member states, 28% of United Nations members, and is thus, what'd you say now? The largest regional group by number of member states. It is the only regional group that has a territory that coincides with the traditional continent of which its name originates. Its territory is composed entirely of the land of Africa. It has 3 seats in the Security Council. The group has also 14 seats on the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Y'all can't feed the babies? Why you got the babies starving? You got 14 seats in the United Nations Economic and Social Council, but you don't want me to feed your babies? Fuck out of here. I'm not even represented in all of this. How about you take care of your own mess? It seems like you're very connected. 13 seats on the United Nations Human Rights Council. Y'all Africans got 13 seats on the Human Rights Council, and you see my tail getting target practiced here in America, and I'm an African American of the diaspora, and y'all can't do nothing for y'all, no resources for these niggas over here? Huh, Africa? I just want y'all to see with your own eyes. You think I was coming for Africa as I was just feeling some kind of way that day? Oh, no, baby, no. No, I'm showing you the truth. Let the truth set you free. But I know some of y'all want to stay slaves to Africa. Go on, because that's what she made you. That is exactly what she made you. Okay? You could read that. So now our job now... Pause it, read it and weep, okay? You ain't part of Africa. I'm going to say it like that. What, do I got to get hood rat with you? Y'all ain't got nothing to do no Africa. Y'all ain't no African. She ain't doing nothing for you. Ain't doing nothing for you, okay? None of those nations are. We don't have to pick on Africa, although she should, since we're African American, she should have a lot to say about how we're treated. Let's move on. I like this video. I'm going to like it myself. Okay. Here's where the Moors will have to take several seats. Well, you already got several seats, right? As part of the Africa group. Okay. But lo and behold, who else is part of the Africa group? Well, y'all said y'all American, right? The old Morocco is America. It's territory of America. Well, what's going on here? Can y'all see the M? Now, these are all the flags of all the 54 countries in Africa that got clout that you and my black ass do not have. No way, no how, okay? Can you look in the middle column and go, maybe second from the bottom of the middle column? Oh, uh-oh. Oops, there it is. Morocco, no, not you, Morocco. No, not the Moors, God. No. Oh, yes. Morocco down with Africa, y'all. America ain't part of that. I thought the Moors said America ain't part of that. No, I don't see America. Y'all see America in the A's? Algeria and... Oh, America should have been after... No. Yeah, it should have been after Algeria, right? The American Moors? Oh, there it is. Morocco, no, not you too. No, you're not y'all can't make no policies for us of your diaspora. I'm going to blow that up for the what do you call it? The nosebleed. Oh, say, can you see that Morocco's not me? Oh, well. We're all alone once again. Morocco, land of the Moors. Oh, such a shame. It's a shame it is. I was kind of hoping that I don't know what I was hoping. I didn't think to look that there before. The ancestors are too good. So just to show you that, again, just kind of pinpoint that America, if you want to pause it, I want to get that shot by itself. Even though I know my arrows are in the way, I'm sorry. But America chooses to be tens of the Western European group, okay? So America doesn't sort of stand alone, like, it's part of Europe. Why couldn't America be the America group? I don't know. Whatever. One thing I do know, I can promise you, it has something to do with kicking our asses even more. That's what I know. So now what did I want? I want to show you the visual of that, so you can really get a good look at how America. Okay, what we doing here? I gotta get that. This wasn't part of my slide, so I have to go outside of this window. Okay, how do I do that? Let me see. Okay, how do I get out of here? Get me out of here. Okay, I know. I think I know. Come on now. Okay, wait a minute. Wait. We're gonna, I want you to see the visual of that, so you can be really clear who America is rocking with. Well, you kind of did get okay. I think that. Oh, wait. No. Go back. Okay, reason. Okay. Now, which one am I going to use? I want to get a close up. Would that be it? I think this one would work. No. I wanted one that was close up. Let's see. Okay, let's try this one, because I did put a little marking on it. So let's see. Okay. You're not going to open up? Okay, so I might have to leave the window like this. Let me see. Okay, I want it to open by itself. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, that's not the one though. Let's try this again. Okay, so I think it's this one. Okay, so here we go. Just want you to get the visual. Okay, so look at the map, and then you could see where I redlined or red circled what group America is rocking with. How come it couldn't be North America and Europe first? You know what I mean? But as you can see, the color code, America is Western Europe and others group. So that is how America interfaces with the United Nations. It's a special group. And I'm interesting that Australia is in that. I guess it's a territory of Britain. I don't know. Just like we are, basically. We don't know it. Then we had some royals move over, and everybody's excited about that. Things that make me go, But I just want you to get that visual. America is considered a special group with Western Europe and others. Look like all of the United Kingdom, basically, and Canada, Greenland, and Australia. This is basically, places that I would say are basically extensions of Britain. There, look at it. Western Europe. Okay? You can see the little tip where, the Europe, that's gold. Where's. Okay. See, the Africa group is number one because it's all of Africa, whereas the other ones are parts of other landmass. I mean, yes, technically it's because it's one continent, but I'm just saying that's a lot of representation. That's a lot of pull, if you ask me. And for us not to be part of the African diaspora, when are we going to wake up, people? We're not part of Africa, man. Look at that. We're more linked with Europe at this point. Until American Indians start to tell the world that we're being occupied. I just wanted you to see that, That's the regional groups. And if you want to read about regional groups, if you're going to read that, I need to pause it, please. I'm not going to try to read. It's a little bit hard to read on my end because it's a little. If you want to pause it, and then I'm going to get out of here with this. Pause, please. Thank you. Pause. Alrighty. So, okay. It is taken from Wikipedia, but as we saw, the United Nations website does verify that the 54 flags we saw. So the United Nations has affirmed what Wikipedia said. And what was I going to do? Okay, so, yeah. I just thought you'd like to see how poor Africa is in terms of her political pull. Are you one of those like me who was sending money to save the children in Africa and all that foolishness? Yeah, I'm calling it foolishness. Because Africa seems like it got plenty of help if it wants it. Or maybe it wants to look poor. I'm not talking about the people. Those would be political leaders that are in those seats of power. Is anyone starting to get a more of a clearer picture of what Africa really is? One of the leaders of a League of Nations, basically. And there's no resources that can help our situation. You don't think those nations knows what a nation is composed of to look at us and say, what's going on with them? Why are they called black? That's not a nation. Do you think any of those Africans in the United Nations don't know that? They're not called black. I would think they would do some kind of math where they would say, something's not right with those people, our diaspora people being called black. Let's do something about this, United Nations brothers. Let's do something about this. We have 54 seats, including Morocco. Morocco? Huh? You are so indigenous to America, but we part of the Western European and others group. Morocco don't got nothing to say about that. You're always yelling to us that we, you, and you, we, and how come you're not telling that to the Western European group? You're probably too busy getting your own shit handled. Don't got no time for us, right? I know. Who has time for this kind of bullshit? Go for self. I hear that. Well, that's just what we Indians are going to do. Go for self. Watch out. That's not a threat. It's a promise. An unthreatening promise. Y'all think this is going to last forever? We are melanated people after all. You couldn't have thought that this would last forever. I know you're trying to change our genetic makeup. We know that. Those of us who know, we know. But even that's not going to work. What, you're going to have a whole country full of autistic people? You don't think that's going to look suspicious? John F. Kennedy Jr. Talk that talk, man. Talk that talk. Educate them. Okay, so what we're going to do with the going into the third hour, I wanted to talk about the system that gave birth to all the other monotheistic, wayward children. How do I start? Well, I was going to give you a visual. Now, the guy at the top of this visual, they're calling him Atum, but he was better known as Amen. So when you look at this, if you could try to, I don't know, maybe I have to hold it, and I'm not good at just holding up. I'm going to get tired. But so Amen Ra is at the top. I don't like Atum because that's going into, well, actually, no, it's not going with Akhenaten. Akhenaten had Aten. But Atum, he's more commonly known as Amen. I just couldn't find one that really spelled that out like this did, because I want to show you the hierarchy. I spoke about the hierarchy, how Sumeria is playing jiggy with the hierarchy because they want us to focus on, Amen because he's at the top of the chain. But everyone else that matters don't really get name recognition. So what I was trying to say in my last video is how we know Sumeria is fake and fraud is, one, they are lying about the universe. That is a big, tall lie, okay? For those of us who are aware, their heliocentric model is wrong, and they're the ones that made it. They're the ones that created that, the Sumerians. So their system, they have a cosmology based on lies. If they're lying to you about their own spiritual system, God knows, can you trust them? I would say no. So I no longer believe that Sumeria came first. That is really, their God should have survived. Namely because why would I say that? I would say that because the reason why Sumeria is so pushed is because it's a way to avoid the copper-colored Egyptians. So if we have this mysterious group of people that we can say predated the Egyptians, we could predate the Egyptians. But you see, you got to be of a truthful sort or ilk. And when you're lying about the universe, and we see that your lies are still going on today, we know that you're still lying. And somebody is upholding your Babylonian babble, okay? Namely, the main thing I'm going to convict them of is the model of the universe. So that's a big one. And in my last video, it didn't make it the cut. I had to get my attitude down. Okay, so in my last video, I was saying I could sit here in my living room and the earth is not moving. I promise you. I promise you. But yet I see the sun start off over here in the east, go from this window to the middle window to the door. and nighttime falls. Now, watching the sun move, but not feeling any movement. It's a common sense call, and I realize a lot of us don't like to use our common sense. I like to use it as much as possible, and I need to do it even more. So the Sumerians are lying about the model. They're not trustworthy is what I'm trying to say. And their lies are still being pushed today because they're assisting in a narrative that our puppet masters are pushing about aliens. So that's why you need a heliocentric model, because you have to have those aliens. Like Bro Sanchez hit me to today. I never thought about this, and I've thought about this a lot. But yeah, when you go to, we're being groomed to see aliens as very aggressive, very much about extinction in most of the really popular alien movies. So we're being groomed so that when they fake an alien attack and attempt yet again to wipe us off the face of the earth, I'm talking about American Indians only now. You got to know that we're the target. I'll put you this way. Let's look at the picture. So we have a group of, how we know we're the target is what I want to say. Well, we know that Asians are not the target of the jab, right? How do we know this? Just by common sense, okay? Well, they got the the bill, anti-Asian hate bill. They're getting respect, right? They're not a target, Then we have the Afghanis coming in, and what? They're not mandated. They don't have to be mandated. We're in the middle of this pandemic, but you're flooding America with immigrants that you saying they're on the plane, they're in the airport, wherever you're smuggling them to, they're all over, and they don't have to. Then this is not really what you say it is. Because if it was, you wouldn't want to bring that to your own country, would you? So they're good. They're not targeted for this, gene therapy. Okay, that's what it is. Asians, no, we could rule them out. Yeah, that's a protected class with anti-Asian. So they're not targeted like that. And Hispanics. Well, Hispanics. What about Hispanics? What did I say? They now can put white on the census. So they're needed to get those numbers what they need to be. So now they are honorary whites or Caucasian on the census. So they're not looking to affect those numbers. Now, this is a numbers game. I will say that. But it's a numbers game because there's too many of our black asses. Okay? So we're bringing in Arabs. So it's the numbers. That's okay. It's not that we have too many people in America. That's clearly not it. Because we're bringing them in, smuggling them. So who do we need to get rid of? Because we're on their land to begin with, and we want to add as many people as we possibly can to kind of dilute that race. Hopefully they'll mix in but at one point it was said that we were the ones that were spreading the what do you want to call it? The cocoa motion. So that's what made me aware that, you know, it's a down low target. Like if you're saying that it's a certain people that's spreading a virus, and yet you're bringing in other people that don't have to, you don't care about them, you're bringing them in for a reason. Um, and so they're not mandated. Uh, I just begin to see what I'm trying to say is I begin to see the down low target. Oh, do we mention the crack pipes? You know, we know who that's meant for, right? Um, and now weed 2.0 is legal. So we got a lot of elements for the takedown, the shakedown, takedown. See that in that sense, there is no culpability. Like there's no karmic culpability. If we can get those people that were took their land over and reclassified them into non-nation wards of the state, if we can just sort of inspire them to get rid of themselves, then we could, take the land. God won't be mad at us because we didn't do nothing. We just gave you the crack pipe. Whatever you do, that's your business. I don't. You could make glass art with them. We didn't know what you were gonna do with them. Okay. But we spent $30 million so you could do it. How much more good could that $30 million do our people? And the 450,000 that you want to give to those people coming in, was it the Afghanis that was getting that, the $450,000? So when it comes to us, there's no resources. It's so the pool dried up, the river dry. But when it comes to any other people, you know, roll out the red carpet, give them everything that's available. And for us, we get crack pipes. Okay, I'm going on, and we're already almost in. So I want to show you the hierarchy, because I spoke about the hierarchy. That's Amen Ra at the top. So if you could try to hold that image in your mind as I talk about what Sumeria is doing in their cosmology. I'm suggesting that Sumeria is a whole lie, all around. Uh, they're lying about, as I said, the universe. They're lying about themselves, saying that they're gods or aliens. See, when the universe is a heliocentric model, then you have aliens. You got to have aliens in a. They got to come from another planet, right? So what Sumeria does is they don't pay attention to the lower level deities, because Horus or Heru, now that character at the bottom middle is Heru. That's who Peru is named after. The city of Heru was turned into Jerusalem, and now to further complicate matters, we call it Peru. So that is where Egypt was. And I mean, it spread to even as high up north as Mexico, and, and lower. So that's the deity that Egypt was, revering. But the one that, the deity that the Sumerian, Could you close the door, please? The deity that the Sumerians are. Okay. I gotta try to talk over the noise. I'm going to try and talk. I apologize. This is embarrassing, but I hope that I'm not messing up my video here. So they want to be concerned with the big dog at the top, and they don't want to have anything to do with Horus or Heru. So you don't hear anything about that deity in Sumeria. Well, if you're going to talk about the family, you're going to have to talk about the family, right? Where is Heru? You've renamed him because the only name recognition we have basically is Amen, right? So this is what the knockoff religions are doing. Oh, okay, got it. They don't want to be involved with Horus, and I want to tell you why. Okay, but just look at that. Atum was the sun. He represents the sun. This was a nature-based cosmology, where people want to say that it was, this is how they say it, basically with a Catholic Church or whatever. No, the Catholic Church don't want to have nothing to do with this. I promise you, they don't name any of these characters except Amen because they want to try to go with the top dog. Okay, they figure if you go with Daddy, then everybody else is going to have to, They're very, if you look at it, the father is always either completely knocked out of the picture, or they boo loving on him on the down low, but they don't want you to know it. So Ra is the sun, Shu is the air, Tefnut is moisture, Geb is the earth, Nut is the sky. Okay, so those top five are more elemental, whereas the four under the five, they are considered to be more in the corporal world, or the physical, like literally representing the kings and the queens. So, okay, so what we want to say about the four in that level there, just above the bottom, that would represent your royals, as I said. So the true king would be Osar, who the Greeks called Osiris. There's Isis again. We mentioned her earlier because she would be representative of the Madonna, but we demonize the original one and we boo love on the knockoff. Okay? Set is another character that we need to be concerned about. I'm just going to, say my thoughts on Set is that he is the deity that monotheism is chasing. The clue to that is we have to understand, you have to know the Egyptian cosmology first and foremost, to know that Set, that dude on the far right, is the brother of the king Osiris, and he's jealous of the king. Okay, he wants to rule Egypt, and he will do that pretty much the same way America has been taken over, through subterfuge, deception, what do you call it? All that, the deception, lies, the cheating, theft, outright theft, identity theft. So Set represents that force. And if we look at the history of America, we will clearly see that that is the kind of those are the the forces, I could call them, I guess, or the tools of oppression that were used to take over our country. A lot of deception. How so? Well, number one, we're lied to. They're telling us that our kingly land is not our kingly land. You know, our motherland is not our motherland. So you take us off the land. That's the beginning of our discontents, shall we say. Then you just can treat them as any old way, because in your system, they don't belong here. Because you only deal with nations and nationalities. So the Asian will fare well. Spanish will fare well. Arabs will fare well. But you got these people that are just here. You say they're from Africa. Africa don't got, we saw the United Nations. Africa don't got nothing to do with us. But we think we got so much to do with Africa. Well, you're biting on the bait. And when you take the bait, you're going to get caught, okay, in the lie. We are not African. If you can't figure out from that United Nations breakdown that we have nothing to do with Africa, even Africa knows it. I don't know what to tell you. The biggest tool they use too is us against ourselves, because they got our leaders thinking that they're African, and so then they promote that like someone named Jesse Jackson, you know, the Marcus Garveys, the W.E.B. Du Bois, you know, these are people that are pushing the term black and African American, and they just say it over and over and over and over like a spell being cast of lies. All of that is coming from that deity on your far right there, called Set. Because the idea is take the place of the rightful heirs. Now here's what happened in this story. So Set actually goes as far as to kill Osar. He cuts him up into 14 pieces, but one piece goes missing, and Isis puts those pieces together. She finds the pieces because Set, well, that's not the first part of the story, but that's what it ends up happening. You know, he cuts them up into 14 pieces and scatters them around. It's a metaphor for how we have been scattered. When we were kidnapped in both colonizations, first with Columbus, when he no doubt took us to Europe, and we became European, and then when they got tired of our asses, we got expelled. You know, that Lee Cummings' book speaks of Irish, Scottish, and English that were expelled to America. What does that tell you? That it was Indians that were taken to Europe, just like Pocahontas was taken, in the 17th century to Europe, like we were. We all get grabbed, kidnapped, taken over there. The bloodlines mix, and then the children come back to take ownership of what they think is their inheritance because they got into the bloodline. That's actually happening today, if you know what I'm saying. We got a new American princess, right? So Set murders his brother, the king Osiris, and he proceeds to look to take over Egypt. What he doesn't know is that after he murdered Osiris, Isis found his body parts and put him back together. She then conceives a child from her husband that she remembered, and the child Horus is born. That Horus, Heru, from what I know of the story, that would represent the American copper color. because that is the air. And I was going to say, this is why Sumeria doesn't bother to talk about, they know this lineup, but you pick and choose the gods you want to adhere to, and they are interested in Set. Set is a storm, war, god of chaos, just like Yahweh is. When I said that monotheism is chasing after Set, that deity on the far right looks like a donkey of some sort, that is what I meant. That deity will go as far as murder to get what it wants, which is power. Any nobility that we see, or any nation that are like very much into colonizers, want to colonize, want to, come and say that we're one, you and I are one, let's be together, but you serve me. That is a set force, because it's about just this desire to rule. It's a craving, like a burning desire for power. But it's a power that is run, the fuel that drives this vehicle is a suppression of the truth and of the true air. Horus, the middle bottom, is the air. That's Heru. So we're not going to get into the other deities too much, because these are the main characters. Those I want to say, the three that in the second row from the bottom, the three from the right going to the left, and then the one in the middle at the bottom, and then the one at the top. Amen. Those are like the primary characters in our cosmology. And it's interesting that the males, like Osar, if you look at how our history goes, we have been genocided, like the murdered Osar. To this day, calling us black is an act of genocide. Calling us outside of our nation, our nationality, is an act of genocide. So we're being murdered like Osar, by the same force. That Set force, the one that loves power, wants to come and take over your land, and you're not the king, I am now. And, you don't have an heir because I'm brainwashing them, and I'm going to make them think that they're my people and I'm his people. Meanwhile, I done killed your father and only using your mother so I can have offspring to take his place. This is the story that's being told with these characters. But we don't know that story because we're told that Egypt was nothing but demons. Demonic. It's just time to grow up, It's just time to grow up. I said in one of my videos, do we demonize Greek mythology? No, we don't, right? We just learn from it, right? Well, that's exactly what we're supposed to do with this. And I'm really, for our people to not look at those deities, look at their skin tone, and that not be your wake-up call. I don't know what is. That means you're too far gone. Let me say, I'm going to say something, and I hate to say it. I hate to say it. But it needs to be said. This culling that we're going through, yes, it's our enemies doing. Yes, it's a depopulation move. But I realize not everybody is of the makeup to accept what I'm showing you right here. That's like denouncing your ancestors. If you don't even want to learn from what they have to teach, there's nothing that I don't believe there's anything that they can help us with, the ancestors. This is their most ancient story. Again, we read where the three came from. But if you really want to know the even deeper truth, you got to study where it came from. Where did the three religions come from? We just read not that long ago. It came from this. I'm telling you. That's Mary, Isis. The Father and the Son, but they kind of get melded into one. So you got the Father, Osai. Father, Osai. And how did my nail get so dirty? I cleaned these suckers before. Okay. So you got the Father. Let's use the other hand. You got the Father and the Son, right? They kind of get melded into one. But this is where your monotheistic tradition. I told you before, if you read Walter Williams' book, you'll learn that Christianity came first. So that's why these characters are really primary, because that's who they were, you know. The one closest to Egypt had to more closely resemble Egypt, and that is Christianity. As fake as it is and as contrived as it is, it does most closely resemble this cosmology, because you have your Father, your Son, and, you know, only thing they're trying to say that's monotheistic, but clearly when you have more than one, that is not monotheistic. It can't be monotheistic. And I think I said why. Because you have to have a family of gods. You know, if you really want to really understand spirituality, you have to know that it's sort of modeled after the earthly family. It's not just about the father or the mother. Excuse me. It's about the family and how they, how an heir comes about. And this is why I like about this cosmology. In this cosmology, the guy in the bottom, in the middle, he gets his legacy. That's why I believe we have to tap into Heru. Not only does he give us your legacy, but he gives us a place. Peru. That is, that's our ancient holy land. It was called Jerusalem. You okay when it's called Jerusalem and it's a holy land, but you don't like when it's called after who it was originally named after. That's something that you have to live with. People who are just not ready, you're just not ready. Just not ready. That's all. Maybe in the next go round, So, yeah, I was saying Heru is so very important because he locks us to the land and he gives us back our land and our legacy by virtue of Peru. Before it was flooded by Spaniards of Columbus, it was this. People look like this, okay? That's Heru. See what that guy in the bottom? That's what those people in Peru. That's what they look like. So this was an important visual I wanted to. I tried to write it on a piece of paper in my last video, but I want you to see these characters and hopefully close up, Stop being scared of your own people. Look at them. Okay? Now, the colonizer will change the colors of deities. So it looks like they want to portray that all the women were yellow, but that's not quite the reality. It's not the reality. Okay, I don't know why they do that. I can't tell you why. Okay, but it's a way of trying to get into your inheritance, your legacy. this is just an important line up there. It really is. And I know I didn't give it justice by talking about it as much as I should. We can go a little further. I could say the female on the far left, Nephthys, Set is her consort. But Set doesn't have any heirs. So what happens is his brother Osiris gives his wife Nephthys an heir, and the heir is, they're calling him Anubis. These are all the Greek versions of their names. So I'm just going to go with it. Ampu was his original name. Heru was the guy in the middle, bottom name. Nebhet, I think, was Nephthys. Osar was Osiris. Aset was Isis. And Set remains, well, that's basically his name, Set. Okay. And once again, I want to say Amen is Amen Ra at the top. They're using Atum, but he's also more commonly known as Amen. So I did have some things I thought I might read. I had some screenshots I take so you could read. It's mostly what I just said. It was an Ennead, group of 9 deities that were most commonly worshipped in Heliopolis. I don't know about all that. But anyway, these were Atum. They call him Atum. He's Amen. And we'll see that. The god of the sun, Shu and Tefnut, Atum's children, or Amen's children. Geb and Nut, Atum's grandchildren. Also, okay, so I had to go another level. I kept saying Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys were his grandchildren, but they're his great-grandchildren, the great-grandchildren of Amen. This group of gods became the most prominent in the 5th and 6th Egyptian dynasties and ended with the occupation by Macedonian forces under Alexander the Great and his successors. That's when they demanded that they be made part of those gods, and that's where Jesus began to be fashioned from. That occupation by Alexander the Greek, we call him. Just like America is occupied today, still are, and we're being oppressed just like the Egyptians, because that's what happened to our people. The occupiers want to bring you other gods, but even when you accept them, they never accept you. I said in one of my videos that monotheism never accepted us, and they don't have any, because they know where we're from. They know who our ancestors are. So we can jump up and holy roll all we want. We're still going to be at the bottom of the barrel, and there's no way religion or their religion is going to lift us up any higher. Again, we didn't get religious exemptions in the Christian church, did we? Only the really recognized bunch get religious exemptions. So they gave you a religion that those two don't even recognize, Islam and Hebrews, and then you run with it. They get exemptions, and you don't. You don't get a choice. You don't have a choice. Slaves don't get a choice. And when there's too many of them, we know what happens, right? They even tell that in their books. There's just too many of them, right? Okay, so what was the next slide? Yeah, you could read it. I kind of said it already. Well, they didn't talk about Tefnut. Oh, yes, they did. Yes, they did. Shu and Tefnut. Okay, so according to sites like landofpyramids.org, the Egyptian family tree for the major gods is as follows. Geb and Nut, well, we got to talk about Amen. He's at the top. Geb and Nut had 4 children. Oh, wait a minute. No, Shu. They're doing it in reverse, I guess. Geb and Nut had 4 children. Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys. Shu What? Shu's genealogy? Shu was the name of the god of wind and air, created by Atum-Ra, and one of the twin lion gods with his sister and wife, Tefnut. Shu and Tefnut were the parents of the earth god Geb and the sky goddess Nut. You see, it's a nature-based cosmology. But I think people are trying to align Egypt as if it was the Holy Roman Empire. It was not. The Holy Roman Empire doesn't talk anything about this stuff, what we're just reading about Earth and all of that. Nope. The that religion is consumed with earthly kings and royalty. Okay, because that's who they are. They want to be in power. Okay, like Set, they are only interested in power. See, who is the most powerful god? See, this is a tricky question to answer, as the ancient Egyptians didn't seem to consider one particular god as more powerful than the others. You see? See, I want to stop there because that coincides with what I say, is that it wasn't about a one world order. It wasn't about, oh, there's this one chosen group. No. It's a family. It wasn't. See, a one world order, the trajectory of a one world order is stemming from monotheism. So when you hear one world order talk, know that it is based on a spiritual system that lowers some people and raises others so that the hierarchy can begin. Then you have your black and white caste system, and we know what blacks are in the caste system. You can see it. It's a status. It's not even a race. Okay, so this is there was no. They all worked. They all had different roles. Now the sun, you might say, well, that's a big position. Yeah, but he worked together with the earth and the sky, and it was an interaction. He was nothing by himself. So okay, this is a tricky question. Didn't seem to consider God as more powerful than others. Technically speaking, in ancient Egypt, the living pharaoh was considered the most powerful and important god in the land, albeit technically a demigod. I don't know if I would agree with that part. I would just try to find something that somewhat explained it, but I didn't really catch that before. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that they thought that the Egyptians thought the pharaoh. They didn't believe. Like if you read Walter Williams' book, he says that he studied the Egyptians. Walter Williams, the historical origins of Christianity, they did not worship man. He said that in his book. The only a monotheistic tradition is looking to worship a man. Okay, that is more leaning toward the worship of one group, which leads to one king and one world order and one money system, and so I don't agree with that second part. Okay, let's go with, and we're gonna buttress this again. That's an incorrect statement. That ancient Egyptians thought the living pharaoh was considered the most powerful and important god. No. How we know that is because when Alexander invaded, he took the pharaoh's seat, but it wasn't enough. So you'll read that in Walter Williams' book. Again, this is the book. There's Osar, and there's what Alexander on the bottom. That's what Alexander was asked to be made into. He didn't get it, but his general, Ptolemy Soter, Lagi, that's the one who took over where Alexander left off. And he got what Alexander wished for. I do believe they gave the deity Alexander's face, though. I do believe that. Because every time I see them say, that Ptolemy Soter Serapis was made after him. He looks like Alexander. What I've seen paintings or renditions of Alexander is who they modeled their Christ after, is what I'm thinking. But yeah, I want to say that this statement is incorrect. They did not see the living Pharaoh as God. No, because when you'll find in that book I just showed you that it wasn't enough for Alexander to take the seat of Pharaoh. He had to get a priesthood to make him a god, okay? So it wasn't, they revered the deity more than the man. Because if the man got the seat, but he didn't have a deity above him, they knew that they couldn't get the Egyptians to fall for them. The priesthood did a huge injustice to their own people. And I asked myself, why would priesthood do that? Well, here's the answer that I get. They did that because Alexander was their kin. In other words, wherever these Greeks came from, the priesthood had a lot to do with it. You might want to see my video, Vindication of the White Race, to talk about that. The priesthood had an interest in having a stranger rule Egypt that they could manipulate the people with. If they did it themselves, they couldn't get as much leverage with the people because the people, they were too much alike. You know, the priesthood, I believe they realized that the people had a affinity with the priest. So the priest needed an ass kicker. They needed a people that would not think the same about the indigenous people. The priesthood needed to dominate for their one world dreams that started with Alexander. That's when the priesthood started making this monotheistic god. He's called Serapis. When Serapis comes along, the Egyptians are no longer, all the other temples were shut down. That's another thing you'll read. So the other gods were made null and void over time, and Serapis was elevated. Then when the Romans come, Serapis is further elevated, and he becomes known as Jesus. Okay, let me see. Amun, that's the one that we saw it referred to as Atum. But here it says Amun, or simply Aman, was merged with another major god, Ra, the sun god, sometime during the 18th dynasty. That's the Moses dynasty. The Tutmosis and the Ahmoses and Akhenaten that got expelled. Okay, so there you go. Okay, so they're Ra. Okay. Well, you know what? I think they've always thought of Amen as, well, Ra. I guess Ra was on his own. I got a revelation. It was a priesthood, right? So the priesthood, I just said it's a priesthood that was really working against the people. So it was a priesthood that, if this is, I might have to agree with this, the 18th dynasty, because that's where Amen becomes Ra. And so the priests are looking to elevate themselves. I always thought it was the Amen-Ra priesthood that was behind the elevation of monotheism because, as I said in my last video, Amen survived monotheism. He's the only deity in the Greek scriptures. I call them Greek scriptures when I'm on my P's and Q's. He's the only deity that maintains name recognition. So I knew that the priesthood had something to do with Amen. It's not the deity, it's the priesthood. So it looks like, according to what we just read, I'm getting a feeling, man, when you get them revelations in the middle of a video. Okay, this light situation. It's looking like what they did was they took Amen and equated him with the sun. wait a minute. The heliocentric model is a model that is trying to make the sun the center, whereas in the geocentric model, we'll use a different word because some people are allergic to certain words, but in the I'm getting to that revelation again. So what the Amen priesthood were doing, they were making themselves the center by fusing themselves with Ra. They become the center and the power, the only power in the universe. So that is what the priesthood seems to have orchestrated here. I never thought of that, but it makes a lot of sense. I know Amen is key. This I know. Again, he's the only deity that made it to what we refer to as the Hebrew Scriptures. And then there's a connection. I did make this note in my last video that's where Set comes in, because Set is the deity that wants to be king, and so he would be made a cohort of Amen on the boat of Ra. So there you have the two forces, the Amen priesthood along with the deity Set, looking to rule using the sun symbol, but the deity behind it is Set. The deity that's looking to, I guess, be the sun or be closely associated with the sun is Set. He wants to be the, the star of the show. Okay. Why is an ancient Egyptian as also being father of all pharaohs, king of kings? Amun was widely considered by ancient Egyptians as also being the father of pharaoh and gods. Well, they see him as the father of gods as well. So here's Heru. So let's read that. And well, the Greeks call him Horus, but his name is Heru. Horus, or Heru, was a very special god in ancient Egypt. I agree. He's become more important to me now as I've discovered my indigenous roots in America. The ancient world is America. So Heru has become very important to me as a deity that I see as helping me to reclaim my legacy, my birthright. He gets his birthright. And so I believe aligning with that energy, this is a very ancient energy. And it's a primordial like thing going on. And all the deities agree that Heru gets his legacy. So that is the deity, I believe, that has shown himself. He even shows himself in the city, the ancient city, Peru. It's all about Heru. It's all about Heru at this point in time. Horus Heru was a very special god, is a very special god in ancient Egypt, according to Egyptian mythology. Horus was the son of Osiris and Isis, who avenged his father's death to rule Egypt. That is our story. We're going to avenge our forefathers' death. But we're going to do it peacefully just by standing up in our persona, our proper persona. Horus was also the god of the sky. Yes, because he was had the head of a falcon. During his vengeful battle with his father's brother Set, Horus lost. You see, he's fighting with Set for his legacy. Set wanted to take his place. That's okay. Okay, Horus. Wait a minute, we just read that. Okay, I'm sorry. I think I have more. I captured more. So okay, let's read it again. Horus was a very special god in ancient Egypt, according to Egyptian mythology. Horus was the son of Osiris and Isis, who avenged his father's death to rule Egypt. That was his rightful place because his father was the king. Horus was also the god of the sky. During his vengeful battle with his father's brother, Set, who's trying to take his legacy, like everybody else that knows who the Americans are, taking our legacy, because if Africa gets it, that means Europe gets it, and every other Eastern or so-called Eastern landmass is going to be, they're going to call us the young, the new world. But they're the new world. We're the old world. But see, if Set gets his way, which I'm equating all this with the most ancient story I know, and the true ancient story, Set will use deceit because he wants that seat of power. America would be that seat because that's where the gods sprout up from. That's where civilization began. That's why it's so important that Britain, have its hand specifically on America as it looks to overtake that legacy and erase it, but keep it under its thumb so that it never gets to take back its legacy. Horus lost one of his eyes, which would become the so-called Eye of Horus, or Heru, or Wajet. According to Egyptian legend, when the other gods attempt to catch it, the eye began to cry, and its tears became the first people of Egypt. It's kind of cool. So Osar is the father of Heru, the rightful king. This deity is killed by his brother Set, but then he becomes like our ally in the afterlife. This is, that's Osar. The Greeks called him Osiris. Okay? So we'll read about Osar. Was the Egyptian god of life, death, and afterlife, and flooding events of the Nile. Well, see, the cosmology is pointing to Africa, but we read ancient Egypt was in the Americas. So let's go. According to Egyptian mythology, he was the brother and husband of Isis and father of Heru or Horus. Osiris or Osar, according to legend, was betrayed and killed by his brother Set, who coveted his brother's position. If that ain't America, I don't know what is. They want our position. That is why we're treated basically like Osar. Split up all around the world, when we were kidnapped, trying to change us from what we are into some other legacy, calling us European, Okay. According to legend, Osar was betrayed and killed by his brother Set, who coveted his brother's position as pharaoh. His sister and wife Isis managed to temporarily resurrect him to conceive their son, Horus, or Heru. Osiris appears to have later been merged with Dionysus during Hellenic era of ancient Greece. Osiris's death and resurrection, as well as other elements of his story, have led some to believe Osiris might be in part the inspiration for parts of Jesus Christ's life. That would be a most definitely yes, okay? Definitely. It was all after Alexander came. They took Osar and they took his first name and put him, joined him with Apis Bull. So Apis was another deity in ancient Egypt, and so they called the deity Serapis. That deity became Jesus. So I was thinking of showing Serapis. Serapis. But I want to be sure what Set is. A god of deserts, storms, disorder, violence, and foreigners. I thought that was very interesting because I do equate Set with the monotheistic religion. And in the monotheistic religion, it is foreigners that come and overtake the legacy. So, of course, they would want this type of deity, a god of the deserts, storms, disorder, violence, and foreigners. Because they're going to need all of those qualities to attempt to get rid of the people that they are taking over. So, in other words, in our cosmology of ancient Egypt, we saw him as the more malevolent, but he served a purpose. He's helped Ra to, rise every morning, Ra the sun. So it was Set that had the job of clearing the way of Apophis, not Apis. Apis is the bull. So Set had a job. He helped the sun to shine brightly every day. So what I'm saying is, it would make sense that an enemy of the people would choose their malevolent god to be their benevolent god. You see? So the god who is enemy to my people is a friend of, a god who's an enemy of my enemy. I'm sorry, that's what I should have said. Is a friend of mine. So they took the god that is malevolent and they elevated him and renamed him. But I want you to see, what is he? A god of desert, storms, disorder, violence, foreigners. But he's also a god of war. Where does it say that? Does it say war here? But here you can read about the role that he had that was actually important to the Ennead, or the god family. Disorder, violence, and foreigners in ancient. In ancient Greek, the god's name was given as Seth. Set had a positive role where he accompanies Ra on his bark to repel Apep, the serpent of chaos. Set had a vital role as a reconciled combatant. He was lord of the Red Land, where he was the balance to Horus's role as lord of the Black Land. Don't know about that last part. Lord of the Red Land would have been Osar. I would say Set is Lord of the Black Land. Okay? Because that's where the desert is. The god of deserts, storms, disorder, violence, and foreigners. But they didn't put war, which is interesting, because I kept seeing war. And now some of the definitions don't have war. But he's okay. So I compared him to this deity, who is also a storm warrior deity. See, so I'm just showing you that, because I'm saying that they're the same deity. Okay. Okay. Because they have the same qualities. This is not saying anything out of turn. See, Look at it again. Just, desert storms. Now they didn't put war, but he is. No, I think they. I think they update these things. I swear. Uh, but yeah, he's typically known as war, just like the deity we just looked at. And I do have a screenshot that says that. So maybe I'll show that, and I think that might be it. Did I have anything else? Okay, let me see. I gotta find it because I did have some screenshots from a while back, and that will be almost a 4-hour video. Sorry, it's kind of long. Okay, so I did have a couple of screenshots that I did want to show. Let me see, because they were more accurate to what I was saying. Okay. So here, I should show you this. This is the original Madonna and Child. As you see, that's Isis. You could see by the head piece that she's Egyptian, right? And she's nursing her child, but we're trained to think of this as the devil, who had some kind of precognitive thing. No. Sorry, no. Nope. It's a hijack, but this is supposed to be the bad one. And let's see, do I have the good one? Did I do the good one? Come on, man. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I have a lot of screenshots. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so here's the transformation. The transformation. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Okay. Okay. Okay, this has got a lot of going on. I didn't want. But you can see at the top the transformation. There's the one we just saw on the far left. And she goes from wicked, evil, lean, wicked witch of the east. But then she moves over. Now she's the good, fair, lovely lady. It's a transformation. Before, after, way after. But I see they call it African. It's not African, it's American. See, that's how Africa is helping in removing us from our legacy, okay? And yet they have all this pull in the United Nations. Okay, so what was I going to show here? I want you to see Serapis. Now look at that face. They say that was Ptolemy Soter. No, Alexander's usually portrayed with that hair. I don't know about the beard, but that's Serapis, the composite god. After the Greeks invaded with Alexander the Greek, this was made for his general, who demanded that he himself be made into a god. But I think he told him, just give me Alexander's face. I'll honor him. He is the one that wanted it. So this is something that I believe happened, because Soter did not look like that. But I have seen, depictions of Alexander looking like this. So that's Alexander we're worshiping, okay? Okay, so let's go. Okay, how did he? Okay. The worshippers of Serapis are called Christians. See, when he was first created, his followers were still Christians, right? Because he was the first Christ. But then he was transformed by the Romans. Now, this is a Greek deity. By the time the Greeks turned into Romans, they also changed their deity into Jesus. And those who are devoted to the god Serapis call themselves bishops of Christ. In fact, it appears that some followers of Serapis were eventually expelled from Rome. Also expelled the Jews. See, okay. Okay. My take is that the first Jews would have been Egyptian, but they changed the religion, and so then I guess they changed their name, or someone changed their name to, you could read this, I'll hold that up, to Hebrews. Well, they crossed the Atlantic when they were expelled. Okay, so Serapis was an invented god. He was a composite of several. No, he was only Egyptian. There's nothing Hellenistic about Serapis. He was Osiris and the Apis bull. Neither one of those are Hellenistic. So, see, the lies are so deep and so, he's not Hellenistic whatsoever. He's all Egyptian, but like with the word Peru, you don't recognize that means house of Heru, just like you don't recognize that Serapis means Osar and the Apis bull. Where's the Greek in that? Nowhere to be found. See Ptolemy. Ptolemy is the one that shut down all the temples. He's the one that got them to make Serapis. He got the priesthood, the Amen priesthood. I still believe it's the Amen priesthood. And so they're the traitors. And then from that point on, we have Europeans all rising, because the priesthood are behind them, okay? The priesthood decided to sell us out because they were only interested in power. And the more of it, in other words, why control one people when I can control the world, with my monotheism, Simply put, Serapis was an invented god. Yeah. And then what was invented after him? Jesus Christ. He was a composite of several Egyptian and Hellenistic deities who was introduced to the world at the beginning of the Ptolemaic Greek period in Egypt during the reign of Ptolemy I. Though his legacy lasted well into the Roman period. Well, that's when they turned him into Jesus, this Serapis, into Jesus. Thus, he was meant to form a bridge between Greek and Egyptian religion in a new age in which their respective gods were brought face to face with each other, so that both Egyptians and Greeks could find union in a specific supreme. That is all bullshit. There was nothing Greek in Serapis except his face. And right there, you're not including the Egyptians because they didn't look. They knew that face was not one of their kinfolk. That was the first European deity, Serapis. It was not to bring, how do I say this? When you look to bring people together, it is something that involves a mutual respect for each other's individuality. This cockamamie story is going to try to tell us that, well, the way they did that was to create a new deity. That no, that wouldn't be how it works. If Greeks had their own deities, they were fine. If Egyptians had their own deities, they were fine. A compromise was made because one group was eventually going to become the Negroes of America. The Greeks are doing good these days, right? What other people have been, again, denationalized? That was the result of all of this. Because and the priests knew this, I believe, once we sold out our gods, it was just a matter of time before we became nobody. And we still are, until we reclaim them. You don't take your master's religion and think that that's going to elevate you. You think the basics would strike a chord with people? It just doesn't. The spell is real. The spell is real. Okay, so I'm trying to get this so there's no glare. Osiris was basically the sacred bull of Memphis after its death. Okay. According to the hieroglyphs text, which were found on stelae and other objects in the Serapeum at Saqqara, establishing long before the Greek. Okay, yeah. Linguistically, the god's name is a fusion of Osiris and the Apis bull. There's nothing Greek there. I just told them. Which by the Greek period might be said to have represented the essence of Egyptian religion. In fact, a cult of this combination god, named Osiris or Usarhapi, had existed in Egypt prior to the rule. Yes, that's why it wasn't Greek. So what are you saying? It existed before the Ptolemies and the Greeks. Osiris was basically the sacred bull of Memphis after its death. Okay. Okay. And I think that I don't see any more. I did want to show you Amen, and we'll end on Amen. Because I think we have to reclaim Amen. Another shot of the first virgin. So she got pregnant with Heru after Osar had been murdered. So the conception was considered immaculate. But that was our mythology. We didn't say it was actually real. We wasn't trying to go there, but it was symbolic. But then, as foreigners usually do, they misinterpret your system, and they want to because they want to change it. Because they're so interested in taking over your role and your position. So there you have the first Madonna that we would like to believe was demonic. Well, if she's demonic, then so is the next one, okay? That's how that works. That's how it works. The origin is going to be what determines what the knockoff is. You see? Okay, so if you demonize her and she's the original one, the next one ain't going to be much better. She's built on her. This is basically the family. The Father, the Son, and the Mother, not the Holy Spirit. The Father is in the middle, the Mother is on the right, and the Son is on the left. I never got why they had the Father looking like that, but I would have to look it up. Like he's crouching. Okay, so what else did I want to show? I do want to. It's Amen that I'm looking for. Okay. Okay, come on. Where's he at? Oh. And then we'll close. It'll be a solid 4 hours. At least it's not 6 hours. Okay, so yeah, here we want to go. Okay, this is what we want to end up with. Is it the closing of a prayer or the most ancient deity that came before any Christianity or any other religion that uses Amen at the end of their prayer? Okay, so there you can see all the different versions of his name, Amen, Amun-Ra. Now, we saw it as Atun, but this is the one that I believe this is more common than Atun. Amen at the bottom, Aman, and Amen-Ra. See? Amen-Ra. God, no, King of the gods. Okay? So that's why Samaria wanted to only be involved with him, because they're looking to take his position and build something else. Okay? They don't want to deal with Heru because they don't want to deal with the true heirs. They're about removing true heirs. That's why we have Jacob and Esau, where the thief is the hero, because he got that. He was able to remove the natural heir, the true heir. So let's not mess with them. Let's deal with Amen in Samaria. Okay. But see, and here's an issue that will have to be reconciled. Okay, so that's the monotheistic tradition, or what they believe. Pay attention to all that I have said to you, and make no mention of the names of other gods, nor let it be heard on your lips. Is saying Amen speaking the name of a false god? Yes, it is. We determined that because Egyptians predate monotheism, right? But also in this story, the ones that were told to not utter the name of other gods, they would have known, if they were captive in Egypt, they would have known that Amen was a god, right? So to make it part of a prayer is going the exact opposite of this. But I think because it's the king of gods, you kind of don't want to lose that clout. So you take a chance with your deity and you say the king of God's name anyway. You see? Imagine how much power they put on that name if they're willing to break this, what is it, a commandment? So I'm going to say it again. If you were captive in Egypt, you know who Amen is. He's a king of gods, for God's sake. There's no way you could have missed that. So if you're still using his name and you know damn well that it is another God, it's not the closing of a prayer, then you are in error, okay? I'm not saying there's no redemption. I'm just showing you what the logistic behind this and why we will not split hairs with dumbness and say that we don't know that Amen is a deity. It's means something else in our language. No, you're not supposed to say the name or let it be heard. Okay? So you're choosing Amen for he has to be something powerful if you're willing to take the chances this thing is telling you not to take. Okay? And that's where I think we'll end on that note, because I think I want to give props. That was well, actually, did we show you what, that's what then we'll close. Because we want to see who is this fellow. Well, we did see him, but let's look at him again. Who is this dude that is commanding all of this controversy? That there he goes. Look, he's copper colored. So a certain religion is defying their deity to say his name. Look at him. So who were the people that he would have thought of as his people? Okay? This began in America, y'all. Okay? That's Amen. King of gods. Of the gods. But now take that king, right, and compare him to Osar. Now look at him now. And he has a jealous brother of some sort that wants his legacy. If that is not the story of the American Indian, I don't know what is. And on that note, I'm going to say thank you for watching. Be highly favored and beloved as you are in reclaiming your true identity. We are a peaceful Indian. We know what we've been through, and we don't wish that on anyone. So, those who would be inclined to represent us in a civil action, I guess you could call it, that is what we would, I believe, we would really be helpful, because there has been some crimes against humanity committed. We can call on the census, where we were reclassified as black. When we were, I should pull up one of my family's records. Maybe another time. It's getting late. There was the Indian Removal Act. This is legislation. This is governmental. But we know that our government will be glad to compensate us. They're just waiting for us to remember who we are so they can shower us with all the things that go to foreigners, because we're not standing up to take them as the rightful heirs. What it will look like, we don't have to fight over money. Money is good and we'll take it. We surely will. Credit is wonderful as well if money's a problem. But land, that would really kind of do it. Maybe with a little money to go with it, a little credit to go with it. That's all we want. Is that so hard? But I guess we do require that the world understand who we are as well. That's not too much to ask. Any people would want to be known for who they are, right? I mean, that's fair. That's what we didn't go into, the UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. Yes, that was drafted somewhere in the United Nations, but trust it wasn't talking about us. Why? Because we're black, not indigenous, if we keep calling ourselves black. So maybe we will do a brief video on UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, because I want to show you what I had to do to begin to have my religious exemption. Because you see, Christianity wasn't giving it to me. Well, I wasn't a Christian anyway, but it would have been nice, I know firsthand about a church that turned down their members who asked for a religious exemption. In fact, the church was turned into a jabbing center. Yes, you heard it correctly. All the things we have to deal with. When will we see who's really for us in terms of a spiritual system, okay? On that note, once again, I wish you all the best. Thank you for watching.